Basically, the way it works is first by season. So you start in the Zone 1 regions, then you make your way to Zone 2. And then to the extreme, you have the total system. And then you have Babylon, which is like the imperial city for Basically, the way it works is first by season. So you start in the Zone 1 regions, then you make your way to Zone 2. And then to the extreme, you have the total system. And then you have Babylon, which is like the imperial city for Basically, the way it works is first by season. So you start in the Zone 1 regions, then you make your way to Zone 2. And then to the extreme, you have the total system. And then you have Babylon, which is like the imperial city for Basically, the way it works is first by season. So you start in the Zone 1 regions, then you make your way to Zone 2. And then to the extreme, you have the total system. And then you have Babylon, which is like the imperial city for Basically, the way it works is first by season. So you start in the Zone 1 regions, then you make your way to Zone 2. And then to the extreme, you have the total system. And then you have Babylon, which is like the imperial city for Basically, the way it works is first by season. So you start in the Zone 1 regions, then you make your way to Zone 2. And then to the extreme, you have the total system. And then you have Babylon, which is like the imperial city for Basically, the way it works is first by season. So you start in the Zone 1 regions, then you make your way to Zone 2. And then to the extreme, you have the total system. And then you have Babylon, which is like the imperial city for
Amazing. Hello. Welcome back, everyone.
we go. What's up, Carrie? Full time today, yep. What about? What's up, PNTH? What's up, Bebop? What's up, Anis? Do you mean each server on the Pioneer or in general? What's up, Prime? What's up, Bizo? Ah, t'es en Martinique? Incroyable. Il est quelle heure en Martinique? What's up, Devil? Salut, Steph. How's everyone? Six heures de moins? Ça marche. What's up, Savex? In general, I don't know. What's up, Tekeli? Hey, Moncler. How are you, bro? How are you, Mr. Moncler? Long time no see, man. Today, so if you want to know the full tests, today of what I'll be doing. So my buddy side quest is there. I don't know if it's on the stream yet. Hopefully. Ramses Charlemagne Zhuge Ramses Fyodora Zhuge Ramses Lagertha Zhuge Ramses Scipio Zhuge. So this will serve as base comparison. Okay. These are from last season, but they will be used as as baseline to compare with the new lineups to see how they, how much better the new lineups are, or if they are better or not actually. Then we'll have Ramses Confucius Zhuge Ramses Confucius Lagertha, Ramses Confucius Scipio, Ramses Sun Tzu Charlemagne Zhuge Charlemagne Zhuge being the previous season lineup, again as a comparison baseline. Sun Tzu Confucius Zhuge Sun Tzu Confucius Charlemagne, Sun Tzu Confucius, and I think that's all actually. I'm not gonna test with Scipio. Pyrrhus Charlemagne Zhuge Pyrrhus Confucius Zhuge Pyrrhus Confucius Charlemagne, Pyrrhus Confucius Lagertha, Pyrrhus Confucius Scipio. Ouais, je suis content aussi, Bizo. What's up, Fabio again? What's up, Romby? Ça va et toi? What's up, Mr. Turk? I got halfway through watching stream earlier today, wondering if you have discounted Fedora with Pyrrhus. I have not tried Fedora yet. Sounds good, I'm fine, thank you. Hope you same. Yeah, I'm doing okay. What's up, Side? Okay. Alright, so my good buddy Side is gonna play a custom-made Marshall Pikeman lineup. Let's go somewhere else if you don't mind. I will try, Young. I will try. It's very difficult because it requires more people. I was answering someone. I was giving an answer to someone on YouTube because testing swarms is very easy. You only need what's it called? You only need yourself. Testing 1v1, you need someone else and you lose troops. And testing rallies, you need multiple people. So let's go side. Let's go bottom of Olympia if you don't mind. If you can, actually. Let's go bottom on it. Let's go like on the beach right here. So we're gonna start with Ramses. What's up, Lucky? Thank you, man. Appreciate you. If I do that, I should be able to see you guys talk at the same time. So that's perfect. Here we go. So first one's gonna be this Charlemagne Zhuge. So the first ones are gonna be pretty boring, but it's necessary. It's a necessary step. We need this data, we need these comparisons. These two can fuck off. I think I need to heal some troops there, yep. What's up, Alberto? Here we go. I'm very hyped as well. I can't wait to see the differences. That sounds very stupid, and maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm special. Mom always said I was special. But I always love testing, see what works, what doesn't, and see what others do as well. Because I've always said AoEM is great because we have lots of people testing, you know what I mean? Okay, great. So you may be wondering why I'm doing this here. I am sending these 2 troops out with tier 7 swordsmen, basically. So I don't have to refill my tier 1s endlessly. So these 2 lineups can fuck off. So I can only use my tier 1s right now. So Charlemagne, Zhuge Liang is going to be the first one. All the skills A, okay. No mount, no rings. Okay. Also going to test with rings? Yes, later. Yeah. Alright. So we're gonna see how it works first, if the lineup requires adjustment or not. So this is full tier 1, right? Yes, it is. I feel like Juni right now. I have like 1 million tier 1 troops. What's up, Commander? Have you ever tried Ramses Skiff like Gerta by chance? Yes, it wasn't as good as its counterpart with Zhuge Liang, basically. Okay, so this is kind of the result I was hoping, which is I do not like obliterate him. The combat is long enough, and I still lose HP. So because I lose HP, I'm gonna be able to see the differences in future lineups, right? That makes sense. So this is very good result. How long is the fight? 37 seconds, that's very good. So we're gonna be able to see the differences very easily with future lineups. That's great. Okay, so let's do 20 of these. I'll let you attack me so I can fill in the thingy. Okay, so 37 seconds. 129, 129k. 129, 9, 1. And I killed how many troops? One to 1,050. He has a ring. Yeah, that's normal. But the ring doesn't matter because he's gonna keep it all the way. What matters is that he never changes his setup. And this ring is okay because this ring does not have any variability. It's like static, it's consistent. It's always gonna be plus 30% damage, plus 30% healing effect. There's nothing's gonna change about this ring. So as long as he keeps the ring all the way through, it's okay. It's completely fine. So we're gonna do 20 of these, then we're gonna go on to the next one. You're gonna test today, Roland? Roland's gonna probably probably gonna be on a later day. You can attack me, by the way, side, whenever you get your troops out. $131. So by the time you attack me, I have time to fill in my my Excel sheet. Yeah, you could say the testing process is a bit boring for the first time because you always need to do... I mean, I don't have to technically, but I think it's mathematically better, I guess, to start with something to compare it with. Like, sure, I could completely forget about previous seasons and start from Season 7 test and completely ignore the previous ones, but how am I gonna compare previous lineups to the current ones if I don't have a baseline to compare it to? Sample size and control case, yeah. How many did you do per build? 20 per build. Any change, be it a ring or whatever, means 20 new. Ideally I should do 30, but I just don't have time. Like if every test is 40 seconds, it's unrealistic to do 30 per test. 20 is already a big amount of time. So it's only as precise as the amount of things I'm testing, right? That's why I always take the example of Ring of Daisy, which I completely missed in Season 2 and which was revealed by Mr. Canada. I didn't test it, so I could not know about it, right? So within my testing, I may miss something crucial, but that's also part of the beauty of testing. If I hold all of the keys, then what's the point of playing the game, right? Is this the first test? Yeah, it's the first, yeah. I wanted to do a swarming test earlier, but we had no supply depot. 20 for supply depot as well. Yes, the results are way more random against supply depot. Marshall Pike, as you can see, is very consistent. That's why I test against Marshall Pike, because they do the same amount of damage every same amount of seconds. They tank the same amount of damage for every similar seconds, etc. So the only variable is the lineup I'm testing, which lets me see the ups and downs of my lineups. You can see currently my Ramses is underperforming, so that's probably because Charlemagne is slacking off. So it is time consuming. Like this is probably gonna take us 4 or 5 hours just for the 1v1. But it is a good base of comparison, I feel like. And the fact that I'm getting different results comforts me in the idea that it is working as well. Like here, my Charlemagne has been completely slacking off. Only 3 activations, imagine that. 3 activations in a 1-minute fight. This Charlemagne bugger has been sleeping this fight. That's why I have a worse result right here. Sometimes I'll have a way better result because he's gonna be like spamming his signature skill. Sometimes he won't. Yes, he's playing with swords right now. But it doesn't matter. He just loses some... what's it called? Some attributes. But again, as long as it's the same attributes while I test swords, it doesn't matter, basically. I didn't want him to pick tier 1 pikemen because I would kill him too fast. And I don't want fights to be too fast. It wouldn't change much without gear, that's true. But, you know. Let's say it's a small precaution, you know. And he does a bit more damage to me also. Une fois la valeur rentrée, bah j'extrais les données et puis voilà, je fais une petite analyse quoi. Je regarde un peu tout, le DPS, la durée, les ratios, les dégâts. So far the lineup with Charlemagne is not that consistent. There's very net ups and downs, which is understandable. Nothing new with Charlemagne. With Theodora it should be way more stable. Isn't the music too loud, by the way? Let me know if it's too loud. By the way, decent healing by Charlemagne. So this is usually very relaxing. It's gonna take a couple of hours, like I said. So if you have some time on your hands and you wanna chat, this is the place to be. By the way, I have some coffee there. Okay, I am equipped. I have some water. Half a liter of water. And of course, half a liter of beer, right? Because we need to be equipped. I'll take testing very seriously. I wouldn't want to, you know, dry myself out. What about the weed? No, I don't have that, sadly. Oh, free of ratio, okay. And the cat, yes, the cat is sleeping close to me. Okay, so I'm assuming very big performance here. See, here in 28 seconds we have as many activations as he did in 55 seconds the other time. So in that specific lineup, the big difference is going to be Charlemagne. The difference does not come from Ramses, does not come from Zhuge Liang, they're pretty consistent, it comes from Charlemagne. I don't know Yang, actually. I'm assuming this time it's gonna be like end of April, so maybe in 2 weeks. Stay hydrated, yeah. Man, I can't with that BBC tag, bro. Yes, Zhuge Liang is very confusing. It took me some time to actually get around the hero and fully comprehend him. And he's still pretty, I mean, not mysterious per se, but sometimes he feels underwhelming, and sometimes he feels like he's God on Earth. I don't know. What hero are you most looking forward to get your hands on? So I'm gonna give you two answers. The first one being a realistic one, the second one being a coping one. Realistically, Confucius and Pyrrhus, because I'm a rally guy. I love rallies, so I can't wait to test that out. Oh, he's sending out his tier 7 troops, I think. Coping, in terms of cope, Eleanor and Napoleon. I want it to work, man. I don't know. How's your merch? Pretty good. Pretty good. A shot of espresso in beer is delicious. Really? Is it? Is that true, chat? I'm gonna do a straight, like a one-to-one comparison between Sun Tzu and Pyrrhus anyway. Jermaine Cyrus on 119, yep. It's gonna be a rough season 7 with Cyrus. Oh, by the way, I was thinking about it. When I do my tests on Roland, tell me if you guys are interested about that. I was thinking about that while doing my Excel sheet, and I think a video would be very interesting about Cyrus, the video being which hero allows you to survive the longest against swordsmen. Because swordsmen are going to be a problem if you main pikemen, which is my case. And I want to see which specific lineup will allow you to survive longest. Is it going to be like Vlad first with Cyrus and Roland? Is it going to be, you know, etc, etc. So I'm expecting Mansign Roland. Maybe even Roland first, you know, for all we know. So it's gonna be interesting, and I think it's gonna interest lots of people. 2.1, we are halfway through this one side. What's up, Mr. Bulbaritos? ¿Cómo estás? How are you, bro? You're still kicking ass on Rock? I saw you were live earlier. I was lurking in there. Was it yesterday? Man, I've spent so much time on the Pioneer server, I don't know what's yesterday and what's today. We are actually slow TT. 131, 7 and 1. I only heard rum and coffee. Yeah, rum and coffee, I would be willing to accept that. How's the test going? Pretty good, I'm chilling. It's just the start. But you know. Oh, fuck. It's always a chill moment. Will Ramses be replaced? Tough to say, honestly. Tough to say. I think Ramses is still unbeatable in terms of being swarmed. My friend thought you were Russian until last night's stream, really? The only thing I know in Russian is Privyet. I guess Das Vidanya as well. Which heroes in Season 7 are the best? I can't say for sure now. I would say Confucius is a very safe bet in terms of support. Saint Louis, I'm not so sure yet, I have to see. Roland is a bit underwhelming, I feel like. Pyrrhus seems okay as a rally lineup. Couldn't hear the French accent, wow. Yeah, I agree, Lucas, yeah. Was yesterday massive KVK, yeah. Yeah, I think I saw your KVK stream and I checked it a bit and then went to bed. Or I went on stream or whatever I was doing at the time. Wait, why am I fucking... I was wondering why I was doing so well, but I'm attacking your Cleopatra. Les tacticiens sont les ROM jeux pour être efficaces. Oui, je pense. Notamment Pyrrhus, Zhuge Liang et Charlemagne, je pense. The good thing with all of these seasons is we start to see lineups appearing with no MGE heroes for tacticians, which was barely doable until today. I was saying to Albator that you could play... what's it called? You could start playing something like Pyrrhus, Charlemagne and Zhuge Liang, and I think you would be very fine in rallies for free-to plays. I mean, as a rally leader, I would accept that. Holy, that was a very quick fight. That sounded Russian to me. The glorious beard masks the accent. That sounds like something Sutsu would say in the Art of War, you know? The glorious beard masks the accent. Sounds like a Chinese, you know... comment tu dis dicton en anglais? How do you say that in English? Hope MGE gets more than 30 spots for merge. Yeah, I mean, technically they merge 3 servers together. So expecting a top 30 for rewards is not... You know, does not sound like extreme to me. Proverb, thank you. Thank you, Nahid. 35... you go. 6 more for this one. Some good Civil War content at minimum, yeah. I think some people are expecting that, yeah. Lubu lineup would be better in rally. Lubu is still very... I mean, Lubu will be even better because he will be protected by Pyrus as on top of Miyamoto and King Arthur now. So it makes it very difficult for pikemen to find a place in rallies now, I feel like. Yeah, I agree, Lucas. Because swords and cavalry have such a good synergy. Can it replace Mia, you think? Apparently, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. S42 Civil War 2.0. Now, did you see who they got merged with, Bilbaritos? Yeah, I mean, I think they're pretty happy with the merge they got. I don't know if they asked for it, like through Catherine or not. But I think that's pretty much what they were hoping for, regardless. The fuck am I doing? I was feeling the wrong thing here. Here we go. Don't forget to save. We don't want to lose everything. Opinions on 119 merge. Seems like you drew the short straw. I don't know. 159 is pretty strong. 162 is pretty strong. I feel like we are very close in terms of power as servers. Maybe we work differently. In terms of, or maybe we have worked differently internally. But you know, other than that, I feel like we can cook with our 3 servers. So we'll see. I'm pretty hyped personally. What's up, Paolo? You can skip this season heroes, to be honest. I don't know. That is very true, Trikes. You can attack me side, by the way, when my troops are out. Yeah, that's 162 gave us trouble because we were fighting them in DD. We didn't know them prior to this DD and GEE, unlike 159, which we met earlier. And it's true that 162 has very strong Krakens. What's up, Victorico? Yeah, this is I'm setting the baseline right now, Victorico. So these are basic lineups. This is Charlemagne, Zhuge Liang. Then I'm gonna do with Theodora, then Scipio and Lagerta, and that's gonna help me compare with the current season's lineups. I mean, to be fair for devs, it's a win-win for them, because if there's civil war, they're gonna make money. And if the server stays competitive and fights big servers, they're gonna make money as well, so... You just have to see how it was in Desolate Desert between 40, 42, 46 and 13. They must have made a shit ton amount of money that day, that week, sorry. You wouldn't need 20 times yet? This is 17 right now. But it gets some time, you know, to get rolling. And mind you, these are the weakest lineups as well. So it's only gonna get faster from now on. At least it should. in theory. But again, you know, these tests will take a while. That's why I'm here as well. Sig, what do you think about Radiant Thunder on DJG with Lubu? I haven't tried it, so it's hard to tell. I know some people, I think Kermani made a video about that. Apparently, Radiant Thunder on Lubu is better than Daisy if Radiant Thunder is minimum level 40. So if you have money to invest just for that specific lineup, that could be a thing. But that's a lot of money to put in one lineup to replace a blue ring. Yeah, I think he said, I think like at level 40 it gets like 5 or 10% better, barely, than Daisy. And at level 50 it gets better. So imagine, you need a level 50 yellow ring to surpass fucking Daisy, bro. Why is I using Red Ring? Because I want him to do a bit more damage. Basically. Otherwise he's too weak and he doesn't do enough damage. And it doesn't help me to test my healing. I need to take damage if I want to test the hero's healing as well, if you see what I mean. Okay, this one's the last one. 41 seconds. Are you going to test warrior pikes? I'm gonna do 1v1 and swarms. 1v1s is important because that allows you to see if some heroes are better for survivability than others. Vlad, for instance, was a very good commander for that reason. He allowed for more survivability in 1v1. And for swarming setups, I'll have no choice but to use... what's it called? Tribes. I mean, supply bounty. What's up, Fairs? Alright, we go on to Fyodora now. So I'm expecting... Oh, nice resources, thank you. I am expecting results that are going to be a bit more stable. Less ups and downs. More consistency. And less DPS. No Saint Louis yet. I really liked Suleiman, Confucius, Zhuge Liang. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sedano. You can see already, the first test is pretty good. Now, to see if it's consistent or not. It should be, in theory. I'll see if I have time or not. For sure I'll do only swords in 1v1 today. Because I cannot take my friend's time, you know, indefinitely. But I'm gonna do then swarm, and if I have time I'll do swarm on pike. But I know he told me that he had pretty much all Wednesday free. Interesting, so a bit of underperformance there. I'm on 397. .8. Okay, interesting. One, 3, 4, 8, 1. Fyodora's healing, as you can see, is nasty. Oh god, we have the fuck, how do we say it in English? the Dutch in the chat. Les Néerlandais. Dutch taking over, yeah. The Netherlands taking over the chat right now. Which ring's the best for Ramses, the Flame Wings or Azumun? It depends, Sedano. Both rings require to level, you need to level them up at least to 20/30 for them to be useful. For Ramses, I would heavily advise Serpent. Serpent is a very solid choice. So as you can see, the fights are way longer with Theodora overall for now. Again, it's very early, but because we don't have that Charlemagne damage assist, basically. 1.8. So we have a decrease in DPS, but an increase in survivability, which is to be expected. I use Crow. Crow works as well. Crow is a very good alternative. Nature on France in the World Cup this summer. Is it this year? Holy fuck, bro. Oh, it's in the United States, right? Where the FIFA Nobel Peace Prize has been attributed. Am I right? Canada, US, and Mexico. Okay. Can I play battle stage tonight? I don't think so. I'm gonna stick to testing. I'm not even sure I'll have time to test everything. Yeah, I agree, T-Blood. It is very distracting, to say the least. I'm very surprised by this... the fact it's not so consistent, but okay. 31 seconds, bro. Sometimes Ramses is on steroids, I guess. 1, 3, 4, 3, 1. Honestly, I don't watch football that much, or soccer, however you play it. However you play it, sorry. May I ask if there's a chance you test William the Conqueror? I had not planned to, but why not? If I have time. Man, this Pokemon music, bro. I'm vibing right now. It's nostalgic, yeah. I don't know, man. I love this type of, you know, like chill music. It reminds me of the games I love, you know. Turkey will see semi-final this year. Hey, I'm hoping for you, bro. This is the department store Pokemon song. Good chance it is, yeah. Yeah, it is Pokemart, indeed. You are right, it is. Yeah, the Minecraft music is, yeah. You know what's funny, Mugetsu, is we may rename Chi, like the tag Chi, to C48 when we merge, and that's the name of the guy who made the Minecraft music. That's pretty nice. Favorite game of all time of all consoles? Wow. Yeah, feel free to leave a like, guys. That's a very tough question. Maybe I could give a favorite game for every genre, I guess. Every game genre. But a favorite game? Let me think. It's very tough. During the game, like some of the games that maybe had a big impact on me. I would say Half-Life, Team Fortress 2. I learned English thanks to Team Fortress 2. I actually didn't want to learn English when I was young. I wanted to learn German. Because I was fascinated by history, and I loved the shared history we had with Germany when I was young. So I wanted to learn German. I wasn't very fan of our English, neighbors when I was younger. And I actually learned English through playing video games online. I remember when I was studying, like at a later age, my English teacher, so I was like 20 or something, it was like a bit before my engineering classes. My teacher, my English teacher, at the end of the year, because I had progressed a lot, she asked me, what do you do to learn English? Because I want my kids to learn English. And I told her, because I was playing Team Fortress 2 at the time, which was like forbidden for, minors. And I was like, are you sure you want to know? Like as a parent, I'm not sure I can advise you something like that, like... if you haven't played Team Fortress 2, it's basically a PvP game, FPS. When you kill someone, parts blow up, etc. Like, I was like, you're sure you want me to advise that to your kid? But that's true, I learned English through video games. Wakfu and Dofus have excellent music. OG Dofus music, bro, I could cry, man. It's true, Dofus probably had a great impact on me as well. That is true. But TF2, I played it before esports was even a thing, like the name didn't exist. There was no competitive scene, it was only fan-made. And I made it through the competitive scene of Team Fortress 2 back in the days, when I was like 15 or 16. I think 15. Maybe 14, 15 rather. I was nasty at F2P FPS at the time. Now I'm old and rusty. Wabbit Island in Dofus was excellent rage bait. I completely agree with you, Young. And I would even say that Team Fortress 2 was the epitome of FPS, because there was no one played for objectives per se. People played to have fun. And I feel like that's something people kind of lost in today's multiplayer games. No one really plays to have fun anymore. People play to trash talk, to shit talk others, to like feel superior or whatever. Like back in early days of TF2, people just played to have fun, bro. No one cared about the objectives. There was no... there was some competition, but it wasn't like sweaty and toxic. Now you play something like League of Legends, Valorant, even fucking Rust or something like that. People fucking shit on each other, bro. It's plagued by fucking cheaters and like... I never like if I had played in an environment like that when I was younger, I probably would never have learned English. I learned English because I met nice people who played for fun and had, you know, loft and whatever. Right now, when I remember trying Overwatch a few years back, and holy fucking shit, bro. Completely different vibe. Actually shocking, the difference. It sounds like, you know, like an old guy saying back in my days, but that's how I feel about it. Like TF2 today is full of racist fucks, kind of. People are sweaty, people will fucking cry in voice chat because you don't push the objective or whatever. Bro, back in the days, you didn't care about objectives, you just played for kills to have fun, to taunt and, you know, do fun shit, and I don't know, everyone's so sweaty these days. And being sweaty doesn't make you better, actually, as well. That's something people fail to realize. And being sweaty and edgy, is insulting others, doesn't make you better, or doesn't make you look better either. I've always said and thought that, like, strength lies in humility and humbleness. If you're strong at something, and you take pride not in stomping others and humiliating them, but if you take pride in helping them get better, get to your level, you know, assisting them and whatever, this is what makes you like a strong player to me. If you're in the like top leaderboard and your kink is to shame others and shitstorm them and be like, yeah, you'll never be on my level, or stuff like that. I don't know. You should look yourself in the mirror or something. It's true, Victorico. You can try Ramses, Pyrus, Confucius. This is planned, yes. Ramses. Oh, Ramses, Pyrus, Confucius. I had not planned it, actually, but I could. I could. So Ramses, Pyrus, Confucius. Oh, you mean as archers? No, as swordsmen. You know what? For the sake of it, I could. Why not? After all. Okay, I just added a line for you. Well, there's some toxicity, I guess, in AoEM, but it's very... That's what I'm, I guess, pleasantly surprised. I don't see as many toxicity in AoEM as I've seen in other games. Like, legitimately. And I guess that's also why I'm still here. Is... if the environment was toxic, I could not play, and I would have left. How is Theo so far? She's okay. Like, this is just Season 4 lineups, so nothing new. Season 5, sorry. I have 2 more to try, and then we're gonna jump into Season 7. Question de maturité, je pense, ouais. That is true, there's more people who are older in this game. The environment is toxic, the community isn't. Yeah, I agree. That's also something that surprised me. In AoEM, when I see someone being toxic, I'm like, bro, you're probably 50, you have 2 kids. What are you talking about, bro? Like, why are you being edgy in a video game where you spend money? Like, shut the fuck up, man. Grow up. I mean, I guess there's some kind of truth in it, is the game is already kind of makes you miserable. The game makes you spend, etc. So why would you be toxic on top of that with each other, you know what I mean? And when I say toxic, I don't mean flexing, like people do flex, you know, whatever. I can understand a bit of banter, etc. But when I say toxic, I mean people who are insult mothers or whatever. Age of Mythology was my first game. Age of Mythology was great, yeah. It wasn't my first game though. I think my first ever game was Half-Life. Then it was Age of Empire, the first one. And Team Fortress Classic, I think. Imagine your first video game being Half-Life, bro, and you're like 10 years old. fucking trauma, man. Like, fucking... Half-Life 2, bro, I still remember Ravenholm. Do you guys know Half-Life 2 and Ravenholm? If you've played Half-Life 2, you know exactly what I mean. Ravenholm, if you were young when you played that, bro... What the fuck? Did we have a Mr. Sneaky raid? There was a note, but it went away right away. Hello? The Grav Gun and Saw Blades? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sneaky. I didn't see the... I think I saw the line, but it went away very quick. So, hello to all of the sneaky ones. Doom and Duke Nukem. I never played Doom. That's something... Well, I don't regret, but... I never got to play Doom. I think one of the games that traumatized me the most when I was little was Oblivion. The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. When you got into these caves with the trolls and the ghosts and whatever, bro, I was such a fucking victim, bro. When I was young, I swear to God. But I don't know, man, it was fucking creeping me out. You know, when you're a kid and you have all of that imagination, etc., and you see all of these trolls, these things, like, I don't know, bro. But that's also great, you know, souvenirs, right? Caesar, free Caesar, like... One of the games I remember was Zeus and Poseidon, like a building game. By Sierra, I think. Thank you to the... welcome to the Sneaky Squad. Did I say that right? Sneaky Squad? What's up, Lucas? Could you try to replace me in this lineup with Pyrus? Yeah, I could do some Warrior Swordsman testing while I'm in the Pioneer server, yeah. 100%. The first time I played Counter-Strike, I was shitting myself. I never played too much of Counter-Strike because it was very different from TF2. TF2 was very energetic gameplay, very speedy, very hectic. CS was a bit more, you know, I don't know how to say it. A bit more posé. Elder Scrolls boss led to multiple broken controllers. Now, what led to multiple controller being broken was me playing with my father. Back in Xbox 360, we played, like I think it was Call of Duty 2 or something like that. Call of Duty 3 maybe, I don't remember. And we did like these, you know, like these co-op games or whatever, where we were fighting 1v1. Because he wanted to play with me, and he was fucking shit at the game, bro, and he could not handle losing. And I think he wanted to break his controller more than once. Warcraft and Dota 2? Warcraft 3 was great. I was not very good at Warcraft 3. I don't think I was able to finish the campaign when I was younger. There was also this game, what's it called? An RTS where you combine units. Not animals, okay. There was Impossible Creatures, who was pretty weird but decent game. But there was an RTS where you combined units. Battle Realms. Battle Realms was a fucking goated game back in the days. A bit more niche, I guess you could say. Serious Sam was very fun. Alright, so we have finished with Fyodora. Let's see. 41 seconds. So yeah, like Fyodora is a tiny bit better than Charlemagne. You lose in DPS, you win in sustain. You know, that's pretty much it. We're gonna swap to Lagertha. So we have Lagertha, Scipio, and then we hop onto Confucius. Lagertha. Where is she? Here. Everything's okay. Level 38 looks pretty decent, and they have a second JJ. Yeah, I don't know if Korra is still playing. 3-star Charles is better than 3-star Fio. Yep, absolutely, Lucas. So Lagertha already starts shining when we get our first activation of Commander skill in Fury. How's the testing? You know, pretty slow, we're chilling. We are halfway through the baseline. Also, she won't be as efficient here, Lagertha, because this is not a whale account. This is level 120, no gear, etc. So the result with Lagertha will not be as strong as it would be in a real scenario, I guess you could say. But the DPS should already be way higher. 1, 2, 8, 10, and 1. So we can already see the difference there. Is the damage from Lagertha is already much more important than with Charlemagne, which is normal. A bit more DPS. Well, Boudica is not too bad. She's very basic, but she's good at being basic, right? So, you know, she's reliable. Let's just say that. $1.5. I'm surprised how poorly she does. But again, she's level 120. 42 seconds. 1 to 1 or 50. 138. 1. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't know about the new MGE spots. I am hoping it's at least double. To me that would make sense, because if you merge 3 servers together, you would expect at least double the slots. I don't think that's too, you know, that's too far-fetched. $1.5. Yeah, so I'm hoping at least the top 20. ideally a top 30. So let's see if devs, you know, if devs are considering giving us Christmas before Christmas in April. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a fixed MGE right away. That's very unrealistic. It's not undoable, but it's very tough. Especially with the new heroes and stuff like that, it's gonna be very tough. I guess the good thing is not many free-to-plays play Tactician Swords anyway. Maybe that's gonna change with the new generations of players. What's up, Tapasio? I'll never get an MG hero in our era, 19 Kingdom, that's why I'm really interested in Pyrrhus plus Scipio plus Lagertha. Or maybe I could go 3-star Zhuge Liang or Charlemagne instead of Lagertha. I think you could try Pyrrhus, Charlemagne and Zhuge Liang, Lucas. I'm gonna try it, obviously, but I think that has potential in terms of, you know, for... 1.6. I'm very surprised with the results here. 37. 131. 91. Here we go. The safe option is to not participate in the first... Yeah, 100%. 100%. I'm free to play Ramses. Well, if it's your only lineup, especially now that the game rewards a bit better in terms of universal medals, it is doable. As long as you can 5-star Ramses, in my opinion, you're good to go. And if you focus only on the right rings and stuff like that, it is doable, I think. And especially if you play like Ring of Serpent, which is pretty free-to-play friendly. It is doable. Ramses, Confucius, Theodora, or Bington, could you try that? I could. But I think if you're gonna play Theodora, you might as well play Zhuge Liang. He's a better version of Theodora. Well, some servers, I guess, have it a bit better, right? Some servers, the Krakens just, you know, come up together and they say, look, we're gonna have a fixed MGE, and if you break it, you'll be being zeroed. I guess that makes it easier to not break the fixed MGE when you have that kind of Damocles sword above your head. I would let the strong players get it first and what's important in our kingdom. Well, especially since, you know, we still have to see how much stronger the Confucius counterpart is. I saw your message, Race. Okay. So OMG is running 25. In 119 it was if you break the MGE, you choose your fate, basically. Basically, if you take a spot in MGE that was not meant to be yours, we considered that you made someone spend money for something he didn't get at the end of the day. So one of the three one of the three fates you had to choose, one of the three punishments, was either you get kicked from the alliance for, I think it's 2 weeks or something like that, and you're back in zone 1, so no rewards basically for 2 weeks, or you could basically say, I will I promise I will get a top 10 in Desolate Desert or in GEE or in MEE. So you basically you basically prove to us that you do something with the hero you got by breaking the MGE rules, or you become king for a week and you basically pay 200k Empire coins and give buffs to everyone. Kind of a way to say you pay 200 euros, you know, to the person you stole a spot to. Confucius does seem to be a 5-star hero, necessity, yes. What did most people take? Either they chose to be excluded from the Alliance for 2 weeks, or they chose to run for a top 10 DD or MEEGEE. But we didn't have that many people break, I guess, to the point of where they have to be excluded. Some people went above, you know, the threshold that we had, but they did not take a top 10 spot. So that's okay to us. Like, if you go above the threshold that we have, but you don't break the top 10, that's okay, you know. We are, you know, we are much more, we can understand that much better, right? What happens if they didn't place top 10? They get zeroed? No, we would kick you out of the Alliance, but for less longer. Like a week or something. There's only one person we zeroed for breaking the MGE because he did it twice. That's it. What's up, DRC? What's up, Geo? How are you, bro? I wish you pleasant testing. Thank you, man. Is there a problem if Miyamoto has smaller might than Lagertha and Scipio? Not really. The only thing you'll notice is that Lagertha will not buff him, but she will buff someone else, either herself or Scipio. What's sure is that Lagertha must have more might than Scipio. That's the only condition you have. The rest is not that mandatory, I would say. Yo, Pyrus, keep your conf is something I was explaining at the this morning. The synergy between Confucius and Scipio. 1, 2, 6, 8, 1, 2 ratio. We use T1 for test because it's less expensive to heal and create. Simple as that. And it's basically the same if you play tier 1, tier 2, tier 7, tier 9, whatever, for tests. As long as you keep the same units, because if you play like tier 8, for instance, instead of tier 1, you're gonna have like X% more stats, X% more attributes. So your test is gonna be like X% more, you know, X% better. So the results are gonna be the same basically. Don't some heroes cast better with attributes? Yes and no. You scale better with these attributes here. Strategy, might, armor, etc. So this is linked to the heroes themselves. Using different units will just mean you do less damage. Overall, that's it. Yes, Canute and etc. or just leak heroes for now. Trick we've been seeing is how versatile Zhuge Liang is. Yep. Yeah, Zhuge Liang is a very good hero, that's for sure. Very good support. For those asking, no, I don't have any results yet. This is just baseline testing. It takes some time, but once it's done, basically. It's not the most interesting, but it has to be done. It has to be done. Otherwise, I'm just comparing air with nothing. Swords are being hyperinflated too this season, another 2 season spike and actually... Yeah, like swords are eating well, basically, yeah. One more after this one side, and then we're gonna have Scipio instead of Lagerfeld. And then we're gonna be up with Confucius and etc. Holy fuck, I was scared for a second that I forgot the talent tree, but no, okay, we're good. They haven't touched Pyrus yet. Pyrus is at the end, after Sun Tzu and Ramses. Mr. Ski, Mr. Pio, Mr. Scipio. Where is my boy? All right, 1.4. What's up, Benz? Alright, after this one, so we do 20 Ramses, Scipio, Zhuge Liang, then we do Ramses, Confucius, and Zhuge Liang. Ah, you tried the special combo, Lord Fug. I'm telling you, like I explained earlier, Confucius Scipio has great synergy with another, what's it called, active hero. Okay, we can already see that Scipio does very good there, compared to Lagertha. Cyrus, Confucius. Save, very important. Yeah, I would. When I finished every baseline test, when when every 1v1, every swarming test, I'm gonna do counter tests, I guess you could say, like seeing how certain lineups do against others, etc. Specifically, I wanna see how warrior swordsmen, warrior pikemen do against the new swordsmen, the new tactician swords. Come on, you could be careful, guys. Why you do that? Blimey. Usually I don't share my data, go wipe, but it's kind of merged into a video. But I may consider like including it in the video, I'll see. Yeah, Scipio really helps in terms of damage there, in terms of DPS. It's crazy. The fights are way shorter. Way shorter. He annihilates the enemy. Salut Sautisson. Oui, en fait, je repars sur une... En fait, je veux comparer les héros de la saison 7, enfin, les line-up de la saison 7, au line-up des saisons précédentes. Mais pour ça, il faut que je reteste en fait les saisons précédentes. Parce que c'est un compte différent, donc c'est des stats différentes, c'est des technologies différentes, etc. Donc en fait, je suis obligé de repartir sur une base fixe, entre guillemets. Je pourrais juste tester les héros de saison 7 et dire, bah voilà, cette compo de saison 7 est la meilleure, mais j'ai aussi envie de pouvoir ajouter un plus qui serait de dire, ah voilà, celle-là c'est la meilleure, mais elle est aussi genre X fois meilleure que celle de saison précédente. Donc est-ce que ça vaut la peine de la faire ou pas, selon si t'as tel héros actuellement ou pas. Ouais. Je sais pas si je l'explique très bien, mais... I think I may do something like that, Victorico, actually. If this test goes on, I'm not. There's a chance I refill my beer cup, and there's a chance this stream ends, you know, like with festivities. I guess we'll see. What's up, Homopolis? I'm doing good. Bro, I need someone to ping me tomorrow or whatever. I've been needing to go and grab my new glasses for a week now. And every time I forget or I delay, and I end up not go and take them. So I need to do that tomorrow and grab the new glasses. No verdict yet, Homopolis. I'm doing the baseline tests for now. But after these tests, like right now it's Scipio, I'm gonna test Confucius. Go grab your new glasses. Well, it's a bit late right now, but tomorrow I need to do it. I'm interested in seeing the difference between Ramses and Pyrrhus. Yep. Or if you have Ramses 1 star, there's not Pyrrhus all the way. Basically, right now I'm finishing Ramses, Scipio, Zhuge Liang from season 5. 6? Season 6, and then I'm gonna try Ramses, Confucius, Zhuge Liang, Ramses, Pyrrhus, Confucius, because someone wanted to, Ramses, Confucius, Lagertha, Ramses, Confucius, Scipio. I may throw some Fyodora in there, maybe Ramses, Confucius, Fyodora, but I'm not a big fan of that, because basically Zhuge Liang is a better Fyodora, so... .7. How crucial is Zhuge Liang? Zhuge Liang is the best thing that happened to Ramses. Not counting season 7, because I'm in the middle of testing. But Zhuge Liang gave life to Ramses, basically. Not literally speaking. That would be tough. But yeah, Zhuge Liang was the best upgrade Ramses ever had. Fedora removes debuff. Yeah, but Zhuge Liang increases damage, increases activation chance, increases tankiness. Like, it increases tankiness by a lot, actually. All of that is better in more situations than removing debuffs. First of all, because removing debuffs is conditional. It's only like a 25 or 30% activation chance for Fyodora. And you don't always have debuffs. You don't actually have that many heroes that inflict debuffs. You have a few. But you're not always under debuffs. And you're not always gonna activate your cleanse when you have a debuff, basically, on you. Whereas damage reduction, damage buffs, activation chance, are things that are always gonna be interesting for you. Cave buff from China to Egypt, yeah. So for now, Ramses, Scipio, Zhuge Liang is the most solid lineup, which, you know, confirms what we already know. But it's always good to have reminders that it works. When streaming time is measured in beers instead of hours, looks like a good stream. It is. What's up, Picky Frank? Can Mia still compete or scratch everything and go Pyrus? That's one thing I'm gonna have to try and see all day. I would tend to say that Miyamoto is, as much as I love Miyamoto, I think he's starting to feel a bit old. And coming from me, that's a bit cynical, right? But nonetheless, I still think Miyamoto is starting to suffer. Don't forget to save. Okay, we are a bit more than halfway through Scipio. The fights are faster. Way faster. .7, not too bad, not too shabby. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, Scipio's good. Scipio has been a good addition to Ramses in season 6. Lagertha was not that great. It was great for Krakens, I guess, but other than that, not that much. And you see a difference, but the biggest difference, I haven't done it here. I haven't done it here because it's a bit too old to be relevant. But when you played Ramses, Charlemagne, Theodora, so season 3 lineup, and you compare to Zhuge Liang's addition, there was a real difference. Five-star Confucius is mandatory? Yeah, apparently, yeah, his 5th star is kind of game changer, yeah. Ooh, that's a very good trade here. 7. Yeah. MGE plus 5-star mandatory. What the fuck happened here? Okay, wait. I was like, did I really survive with full HP? Yeah, you're gonna need lots of troops. I trained 1 million. I think I trained 1 million troops. And I'm already like 25% through. Oh, I'm okay. What do you suggest for people with Cav as main march? My second is Cav and I would like to focus... My second is Sword, okay. Well, I think... Pyrrhus... The good thing with Pyrrhus is that you have Zhuge Liang, Pyrrhus and Confucius very close to one another. Right? So it's easier to build from scratch, I guess. And if you used to build warrior swords, you can still reuse some rings, such as Skyward Knight, for instance, if you had it. But I have to see how good Pyrrhus is first. But the good thing with Pyrrhus is he seems to be versatile. When does Scipio start doing difference 3 stars? Yeah. Scipio 3 stars, for me did better than Fyodora 5 stars from my early tests back in the days. Are new rings on the Pioneer server? Nope. Holy, I'm getting cooked here. The fuck? What's up, Ahmed? Lenor seems interesting, but we don't have a good martial cavalry commander with strategy. Yeah. Should I dump my Miyamoto now? It's hard to say. The good thing is Miyamoto has been very cost effective. Since season 1, you know, he's been working, he's been doing okay. Even now we have no new hero. If you still play warrior swordsman, I think you'll still have a place in rallies and stuff like that. Open field is gonna start to feel a bit more difficult, I feel like. But if you want to rebuild something, maybe rebuilding your, like transforming your warrior swordsman into tactician pikeman might be doable, depending on the rings you invested in, obviously. Like if you have Lofty Mountain, if you have Skyward Knight, you can completely start building tactician pikemen from that. But you'll need Confucius, you'll need Zhuge Liang, you'll need Pyrrhus. So it is still, you know, an investment. Yeah, pikes, I don't know. Saint Louis trash. I don't know. I feel like Saint Louis has lots of potential, but the main issue of Saint Louis is not Saint Louis. The main issue of Saint Louis is King Arthur. Because as good as Saint Louis may be in rallies, if he gets like touched by King Arthur, he's gonna implode. Like spontaneous combustion. Yeah, I would say hold fast until Canute or something. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. If you're like a free-to-play low spender or something like that, stay with Miyamoto until King Canute arrives. It's gonna be a difficult season. It's gonna be tough, most likely. But it's probably better than investing money in a new lineup with new rings, you know, stuff like that. Alright, so that's it for Scipio. So now we go into the season 7. Now we're gonna start to see the difference. Boom and boom. Here we go. I'm expecting this to be insanely, ridiculously tanky. Mabel is 5 stars and Elizabeth Maeshoka is 2 stars. What is your recommendation for free-to-play low spenders? Especially for Pikes, Cyrus, Vlad and Mensa. If you mean in terms of gameplay, look out for for cavalry in the open field. Because everything else is going to be very difficult for you in Season 7. Other than that, I don't know. If you don't have Mensa Musa 5 stars, maybe Roland is a better alternative. Because Roland doesn't seem to be relying on his 5th star that much. I guess that's one thing I could say. Because Mensa Musa really has a... what do you call that? An interesting peak at 5 stars. So I guess maybe Roland may be a better free-to-play alternative than Mensa Musa if you don't have him 5 stars. Let's see the healing. 43 seconds. Okay, so a bit less tanky than Fyodora, but a bit more DPS and a bit less tanky than Fyodora. For now, it's only one test, okay? 143, 1 and 1. Wow, the healing from Confucius is fucking nasty. Does Roland have any major rank thresholds? Let me refresh my memory. Here he is. His first star is good. Third star is okay. Ah, never mind. His 5th star is kind of good, actually. Let me see. It's not... Yeah, I guess it is, because of the damage reduction. The 4 times to 3 times may seem like it's excellent, but because we're talking about counter-attack heroes, it's actually not that mandatory. But the 25% damage taken reduction is actually pretty big. So I would say yes, his 5th star is actually pretty big. I agree, Mr. Go Wipe. I don't understand why they treat martial heroes so badly. Like, Eleanor having no scaling whatsoever is very disappointing. And I don't understand why they would do that. Okay, so double support doesn't seem to be doing insane for now. It's very tanky, that's for sure, but... What about Cyrus, Roland, and Mensa instead of Cyrus, Barb, and Mensa? Oh yeah, 100%. I think it's gonna be better than Barbarossa for sure. I don't think I would play a second pike lineup, Groot. That would be shooting yourself in the foot with that current season. Yeah, that lineup is severely lacking DPS. Double Spirit? You're right, I have to restart. I'm doing double Peaceful. Fuck me. Okay. Okay. I had not checked. Thank you, who said it? Thank you, Race, for noticing me. Sorry, side quest. Thank God it was just at the beginning of the test, not at the end. I think Ramses Scipio Confucius will be the best combo. Oh yeah, I think so as well. I'm not even surprised if it is. I mean, I talked about it earlier in the first stream that Confucius and Scipio have an insane insane duo. Good synergy. What recommendation for a second lineup would be less invested as the main lineup is Spike? What recommendation for a second lineup would be less invested? Do you mean like any unit type or a unit type in particular? Fikris, like maybe do you want swordsman? Do you want cavalry? I think a very good lineup is still cavalry. I think cavalry is still goated. Cavalry with Lubu, Attila and Scipio, like you can't not Scipio, what the fuck, and Zhao Yun, you cannot go wrong. Like it's very low investment. Attila is here since season 1. Okay, that's better already. Attila is here since season 1. Lubu is here since season 2. It's very... You get tons of rewards, and it's still good in season 7, I believe. It's still strong in rallies. I think Cav is still one of the best options. For Apex only? Yeah, maybe Boudica, Red Mensa, but I'm not a big fan of it. How does LUD in Cav works on rallies? I haven't tested it in rallies. But I don't think it's that good. I think you benefit a lot more from Attila or maybe DJG if you're a whale. What beer are you drinking? This is... what's the name again? Belenor? Belenos. Belenos beer. Is it a Belgian beer actually? Is it from Belgium? It looks very French, actually. Belenos. B-E-L-E-N-O-S. Belenos was a god from les Gaulois. How do you say Gaulois in English? From the Gallic. From Gallic. You know? I'm assuming it's a French beer. What's up, Skill Ginger? No, I've not tried Pike yet. Ooh. It took a beating there. 55 seconds. Holy smokes. The healing is nuts, by the way. Cheers, JDM. And nothing better than testing with a beer, coffee, and whatever else I have under my belt. 41. Taiski? What is this? Holy. Ramses Confucius Juge or Ramses Charlemagne Juge? What's up, Dennis? Ramses Confucius Juge or Ramses Charlemagne Juge? I think... For now, I can give you a short answer, actually. It seems pretty similar, but... For now, Confucius Zhuge seems to do a bit better. What's his meta hero in your opinion? Confucius? Pyrrhus? Saint Louis suffers, I believe. I really think Confucius will have a hard time. Not Confucius. Saint Louis I think will have a hard time. Eleanor has lots of potential, but she's martial, so she's not loved by the devs. And Roland seems pretty mediocre, pretty underwhelming. Okay, we're getting good reports there. These are the highest scores we've ever had so far. Bro, the healing is nuts. I'm like at 30k healing every single fight. That's like half of the damage I'm taking is healed back up by these two. Kind of nutty. You think there are no obvious difference between Charlemagne and Confucius? The thing is, Charlemagne is very unreliable. Confucius is all about RNG. And I'm not a big fan of that. I like consistency. Could you advise on how to read the report? Like, what are the most important figures that you need to look at? The ratio. The ratio, if you want to have a very quick look at a report, the ratio is basically what you want to look at. So that 1 to 2.9 means that he basically lost 2.9 more troops than I did. So this is like a condensed overview of the battle report. The ratio is basically a factor of the kills that you did, the duration of the fight, the units that the enemy lost, etc, etc. So the ratio kind of takes into account the duration, the damage you did, and the troops that you lost. So the ratio, if you want to have a very look at the battle report, is what you want to look at. If you want to have a look a bit more in depth, you can have a look at buffs to see why your enemy is stronger than you, or you can see in the details the activation chances. For instance, a lot of people DM me telling me, look, my Miyamoto did very poorly against that guy. I don't understand because I have higher stats, I have higher attributes, but he did better than me. And my first instinct, I guess, is to go check the details, see the activation chances. Because a lot of heroes are luck-based, RNG-based. And you want to have a look at the activations. Sometimes the only reason you lose is because you've been unlucky with a report, with a fight. That will happen very often if you play Miyamoto, if you play... even Ramses, it can happen. If you play Lubu also, it happens very often. Will the new ring solve Confucius' problem? Which ring, Shadow? Can you explain why he gave 2 swords? So he's Spikeman and Cav, he has 2 swords. Oh, you mean here? That's because I asked him to go for swordsman because I didn't want to have the counter bonus. Otherwise I would kill him too fast. So because he has swordsman, he doesn't die as fast. But the results is the same anyway. From last report, Confucius healed 10 times but activated Peaceful Haven 13 times. That is true. But I think... Okay, I think I know why. I think I know why, side quest. That's because it activated 5 times. But among these 5 times, there is probably a double activation here, which is not indicated in the battle report. I'm pretty convinced it's because of that. I haven't checked the new leaked ring Shadow, so I couldn't say. When you test Roland, I'm not sure. Either tomorrow or Wednesday. I'll be you'll see my face a lot throughout this week anyway. But Rise, yeah, if you've seen if you've been on my I know you've been on my streams for some time. I've been saying for a long time I don't see how Roland would replace Mensa. Ever since I've seen the leaks. Especially now that I see that Roland has no scaling, it is very hard for me to believe that Roland would replace Mensa and not Vlad. I could see, and you know what? I will do a test. I will make a video about that. I explained earlier, and I'm pretty convinced of it. Because the reason people want to remove Mensa and not Vlad is because they look at this. Where is it? No, not this trash. They look at this, right? His customizable skill, his signature skill. And they see every 3 times over heroes in your troop deal damage, skill damage, you heal your troops. And they believe that you need Vlad to activate this, but that's not true. Cyrus alone is enough. And I will do a test where I play only Cyrus and Roland, no third hero. I do a 10 seconds fight. Then I try Cyrus, Roland, Mensa, Cyrus, Roland, Vlad, 10 seconds, and you will see the exact same number of activations. Roland signature skill is very easy to activate. You only need 1 DPS. Can you explain how arranged MGE works? How to decide top 10? It depends on servers, honestly. There's no real answer for that. Some servers will give it only to the Krakens or to the players that contribute in PvP, like MEEs, DD, GEE. Some servers will attribute it based off activity, attendance, based on trust as well. There's no real quick answer to fixed MGE. What's up, dope? No, Pyrrhus is... I need to finish Ramses and Pyrrhus is next, basically. Dope. Nicky tried Cyrus, Mensa Roland, still lost to Classic. It's 1v1 as well. I think Roland is garbage in 1v1. I think Roland is worse than even Mensa or stuff like that in 1v1. I'm Mr. Answer if you explained that already. Would you sell the Sun Ring from me? The Sun Ring, sorry, and reinvest it in a new ring. If I were you, bro, if there's a ring reset, I would reset Effulgent Sun. I have been a very early hater of the Effulgent Sun ring on Miyamoto. I think it is a very bad ring. It only works if you play King Arthur, basically. Otherwise, you don't have enough stats on Miyamoto. Maybe it will be good on Canute, for all we know. But Effulgent Sun sadly has no use except if you play King Arthur. That's the sad truth of it. I think the Effulgent Sun ring is even more niche than Eastern Heavens. Yeah, Azure Moon is kind of the same, yeah. It's a bit less niche, I guess. Alright, although I'm missing lots of messages there. Sorry, Sigam, I missed everything. Can you say for now what is the best 3 lineups from what you've tested? I haven't tested a lot yet, Artyom. It does seem though that Ramses, Confucius, Zhuge Liang already does better than Ramses, Scipio, Zhuge Liang. So Confucius is a definite upgrade from the Season 6 best lineup. I still have to test with Scipio later, like Scipio Confucius. What's up, Dark Avenger? What about Saint Louis? I haven't tested him yet. What would be a better ring for Mia? Deer, bear. Honestly, even tulip would be better than Effulgenson. Beer? That's another type of ring. The ring of beer. That's my favorite type of ring there. Is it more tanky with Charlemagne or Theodora? Theodora, no, not even a question. I would pay for that ring? Hell yeah. Yeah, I think I'll watch Sneaky stream when I'm... Usually what I like to do, no homo, but before going to bed, when I'm chilling, I'm on my phone and I watch, you know, replays and stuff like that. I watch Mr. Sneaky. I wish Mr. Sneaky would, like, whisper blimey before I go to bed, you know? Like a little blessing from him. Ring of Beer gives you unlimited rage recovery, yeah. Ring of Beer makes you confused, but you have like extra damage. Yeah, he messaged me about Alp Arslan. I haven't answered yet. I'm very mean about that, but... Princess Blue Ring with Ramses using High Spirit. Blue Ring? Do you mean the strategy damage ring? I forgot the name, but I see what you mean, yeah. Rings are gonna come later. Rings are a later test. Effulgenson is 1.6k. Skyward Knight, in my opinion, Lord Fug. Effulgenson is 4k? Is it? Isn't it 1.6k? Any plans for 1 and a 1.2 year of AoEM giveaway? We'll see, that's not off the table. This 1.6k, yeah, I thought so. Martial Sword Revival in Season 12, Trust, yeah. But it's not gonna be a revival per se, it's gonna be like, you know, an appearance, most likely. Do you have people interested in alliance merges, Lord Fug? Just throwing that question out there. I'll play Tactician Sword without Skyward Knight, I'm ashamed. Well, Skyward Knight is kind of expensive, but the good thing with Skyward Knight is even at low level, like level, even below level 10 actually, it's kind of a good ring. Yeah, Skyward is amazing. Harold the Goat also gets reward in season 12. Yeah, I wish. Alliance merge, yeah, like, you know, creating a stronger alliance based off two, basically. Can we say next season Archer's meta? It's hard to say, man. Like, Saint Louis Archer, I think, has a great potential. He just needs another DPS other than Suleiman to be paired with him. Holy, that's a good report there. 3.9. We have our new high. "32 seconds, holy smokes, we cooked." Skyward or Lofty for Sun Tzu rally? Ah, that's a tough question. I would say both, given the chance. They both, I don't know. If you're a Kraken / whale, I guess I would say Skyward because you don't need the tankiness as much. Yulubu skin so cool, yeah. Honestly, I don't mind. I'm gonna say that right away. I'm okay with this type of skins. Where was it? Where could I find it again? I think I have to click on Lubu, right? I can't see it anymore. They removed it. Yeah, same for us too, Lord. Yeah, basically the skin gives like a small amount of damage, of bonus damage. And I've always said I'd rather have skins that give, you know, that are expensive, but give very little buffs than something else. I heard Prometheus wanted to migrate to your server. Well, Prometheus is already on my server. Prometheus bought an account on 119 a few months back now. So he's been playing with us for some time now. But I don't know if he wants to migrate his main account there. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't talked to him about it. They removed it? Yeah, okay. Cyrus Lad Roland won 14 out of 20 battles against Cyrus Lad Mensa. Yeah, but it's 1v1. So... I don't know. Check DM Discord, Le Bougnou. Yeah, I saw this, yeah. I saw this yesterday. Wait, I got a message. What do you think about into this? Never mind. What's the next planet? The next one's gonna be Pyrrhus Confucius with Ramses. I'm not giga convinced, but someone asked for it, so I'm gonna do it. Okay, one last test with this guy. How are you doing, side quest? Not too bored, I hope. We are halfway through, I would say. .8. 38. 133. 16. 3.1. Pretty good. Should I continue my investment with Cyrus Spike? It's hard to say. I think if you don't have Mensa 5-star now, maybe Roland might be a better replacement, but Roland also seems to rely on his 5th star, so honestly, seeing how Season 7 is looking, maybe I would give up on Pikes altogether. Okay, so Confucius Zhuge Liang. So it's 30% more tanky than Scipio Zhuge Liang. The DPS is a bit lower, but we trade that with more tankiness, obviously. And the ratio is like 15% better. So that's not bad. It's not bad at all. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, Rise. If you already have, like, if you have a high level, what's it called? What's the name again? A high level Messenger of Destruction. I would perhaps continue with Pikes. Otherwise, I don't think so. Okay. I kind of want to try Ramses, Pyrus, Scipio as well, but maybe that's a bit too far-fetched. Okay, so someone wanted to try that out, so we'll give it a try. I am Cav main, that's the thing. Then maybe stick to Pike, I think. Stick to Cav, I think, maybe. Yeah, Roland is, I don't know. And you could see as well, right when I saw his skill set, even without trying him, I was like, what is this, man? Okay, why am I getting my ass beat right there? The fuck? Okay, I don't know who wanted to try Pyrus with Confucius and Ramses, but for now it's not a good start. Losing against Marshall Pike, who are on Swordsman, is not a great start. Wow. Okay, raise your hand. Who asked for this lineup to be tested? What's up, Nava? How are you? Holy shit, that stuff. Check talents, yeah. Night's done. Everything's there. Holy. Okay, we might not be cooking on this one. And there may be a reason why I didn't add it into my roster at first. Okay, let's do a second test just for the sake of it. But if it's not, you know, it's not great, we will give it up altogether. Yeah, it's more for rallies, but someone wanted to give it a try, so, you know, I'm always open to testing. But I've always said Zhuge Liang is the best thing that ever happened to Ramses, so if you remove Zhuge Liang, poor Ramses is homeless. What's the new formation? So far, Ramses, Confucius, Zhuge Liang is very good. But I do have a hunch that Ramses, Confucius, Scipio might be the new meta. I guess we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, this is not cooking. Holy, wait, side quest. Look at him. Not only is he suffering through these hours of test, he's also giving 10 subscriptions to the community. Can we have some W's for side quest here? Thank you, Side. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. What a G, yep. Look, it doesn't want to die. What the hell? Okay, Look, it's not that I don't want to test it, but 78 seconds per test for something that is not very good, I can already see it's not meta. But we tried. It's important to try. We never know. We never know. That's how you find some gems. Some things you don't expect to work, and you're surprised. So I appreciate that that initiative, actually. Ramsey's lineup doesn't have a sub DPS right now. Imagine the time when Ramses gets a second sub DPS like Zhao or Saint Louis, maybe Ronus or something. Maybe. But Ramses is very dependent on his supports. That much is true. Let's try with... where is she? Lagerta. Lagerta? Hello? Did I miss her? I must have. Okay, I do have my Peaceful Haven. What's up, Sitki? Someone asked a question I think I missed. No. Can we call it early with this lineup? Yeah. You know the worst thing I did, Young? The worst thing I did, and that player stopped playing, by the way. My friend who did the test with me back in the day stopped playing. When I tested Marshall Cav, I thought I was gonna die, bro. I swear to God. I did it because so many people asked for it. It was excruciating. What's up, Vincent? Yeah, any lineup without Zhuge Liang seems very underwhelming. Sid is the GOAT. Sid is a GOAT. Yeah, Lagerta feels very underwhelming. But you can see though how resilient this lineup is. Confucius is very resilient. That's one thing we can give him. What do you think of Cyrus, DJG, Mensa? I have not tried. But that seems very... I don't know. I guess it can be a very toxic garrison. I think if someone swarms you and you have DJG and Mensa in your garrison, you will heal like an absolute madman. Unorthodox, yeah. Does it make sense for a low spender to replace a max Mensa with Ronan? No, never. I really don't think so. Especially if you maxed Mensa Musa, I would not replace him. Who is stronger with Ramses? Scipio or the MGE hero? The MGE hero. I'm assuming you mean Confucius. .2, yeah, this is worse than the Charlemagne Zhuge Liang counterpart. Again, anything without Zhuge Liang is very underwhelming. Confucius does heal a lot though. Photo plus Eleanor plus Bushra? Oh, I would not. Mansa Musa is underrated, yeah, he is. We may do only 10 tests with this one. It seems very underwhelming. We'll see. Maybe we'll go for the 20, but it's clearly not working, this one. It's not cooking. He's very tanky though, but the DPS is... Ugh. The DPS is off the charts, but in the wrong way of the charts. But so far, Ramses, Confucius, Zhuge Liang very strong. Clearly an upgrade. And the good thing with that is that it frees your Scipio. You can use your Scipio somewhere else with that Confucius. So I join now. How is it going? Is it too early to see if Confucius replaces Scipio? Confucius, to me right now, does replace Scipio, Don. I was just talking about it. So. Pyrrhus, Confucius, Zhuge Liang, good. I haven't tested Pyrrhus yet, my good friend. I actually lost that. What the fuck? Yeah, when I start losing some of these, it's very bad news. We'll go through the 20 just to have some extra data, right? Let's be statistically, let's be scientifically correct here. Just to see how bad it can get. How long do you stay abroad, Krikri? Is there a cap on healing? No, there's not. I mean, there technically isn't, but there technically is also. You cannot heal more than a certain amount of damage received. Basically. So you cannot out-heal the damage you take. Kind of. Roland best ability. So I haven't tested Roland yet, just to make it clear. What's his stats? Does he have good scaling? This is worse than Mensa Musa, right? 351, 500. Yeah, it's pretty similar. Honestly, I don't know, this skill is so trash, man. Knight's Anthem, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what to build on Roland, because I'm just not convinced by him so far. Should we upgrade Mensa rank 5? Yes, Mensa Musa 5-star I think is very good. Yes, the healing from Confucius is really insane. With no gems, no rings, no nothing. I am pleasantly surprised. Did I lose against? I think I lost. Healing has become a big part of the meta. Yeah, I agree. Unless they create a support who have limited healing like a crazy 2-1. Yeah, but I don't think... I think there's always gonna be restrictions. By the way, it's so nice to see you active again, bro. Testing lineups, we missed you. Thank you, man. I'm actually very happy as well. And I really hope... And I will try, okay? to... I think it's gonna be easier for me. I'm gonna say it that way. I think it's gonna be easier for me to release the Season 7 guides first, right after I finish the testing. Because it's gonna be more fresh in my mind, I'm gonna be more motivated. And then ramp up with the former seasons. I miss the cover arts on videos. Yeah, my fiance does a great job with the thumbnails. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I think that makes sense, right? While I'm motivated and it's fresh in my head, making season 7 videos, and then, you know, when I have more time, finish the season 6 ones. Because it's gonna be useful anyway to people who still play in season 6. Even if I play Ramses or Pyrus, would you recommend me to 5-star Zhuge Liang? Yes. Zhuge Liang to me is really the upgrade to Ramses. Zhuge Liang is to Ramses what Attila is to Lubu, what Mansa Musa is to Cyrus. I heard Pyrus kills Miyamoto. I've not tried it yet, so... But I wouldn't be surprised because Miyamoto is getting old, you know? Do you have any plan? Which lineup will you play in Season 7? I will probably try a Tactician Sword lineup. Because I am a rally guy, I am a rally kind of guy, you know? Mia is probably one of the best investments in the entire game, honestly. Because Miyamoto is cheaper than any wheel hero, when you think about it. It's cheaper to buy the bundles than, you know, spin the wheel for Miyamoto. But there's a good chance that King Canute ends Miyamoto's reign. But we give respect to our veterans, you know. We have to give respect to Miyamoto. We have to give him, you know, a good retirement home. King Canute season 67, yeah. How many Apex to max Mia? I don't know. I think you need to buy the bundles up until VIP 10. Or, yeah, VIP 10, I think. Or 9, something like that. So maybe like, I don't know, a bit less than 500 euros, which again is crazy, right? When you think about it like that, it's a mobile game. But just to give you an idea, a wheel hero is around $2,000 to max. Because it's like 1 million Empire coins of spin. VIP 11, yeah. Apparently, according to the leaks, King Canute would be season 8. How are you guys enjoying the stream, by the way? We're chilling. There's not much happening, but we're talking. We are discovering the lineups together, you know? We're chilling. We have some music. We have side quest here, which is probably losing tons of troops. Goes good with beer, that is true. Is it possible to run few 3-star testing later? Sadly, all of my heroes are 5-star right now. But I will be able to extrapolate my tests to 3 stars. Yeah, Confucius Lagertha, not that good. We still have 10 more to do for science. And then we're gonna have Confucius and Scipio, which I think is gonna be interesting. And then we're gonna hop onto the Sun Tzu lineup and Pyrus. Depends how long will Season 7 last. I plan to get whole heroes in Season 7. I hope, honestly, I'm gonna say this. Season 6 has been longer. Season 6 lasted at least one more month than all previous seasons. And while it seemed a bit boring for most of us, it's important to see that for free-to-plays, it has been a blast to be able to get more heroes, more tokens, with one more month of heroes, of wheels. So I think that delaying the lineup, the season by 1 month or something, is beneficial for lots of players, and also it increases the hype for the current heroes. Ramses, Sun Tzu, Zhuge Liang, no, I don't think so. I tested that last season, and the thing is, Sun Tzu and Ramses are both egoistic heroes. They don't want to work together. They want to work with two supports that suck them off all day long. They don't want to share the cocksucking to anyone else. Simply put. 66. What's up, Alucard? How are you, bro? How are you, Habibi? How was your stream? How's it going so far? I would say I'm halfway through the Tactician Swords. Something like that. I mean, halfway through the 1v1s, because then we have the swarms to do. I mean, that I can do alone. And then the rings, which is going to be another big part. That is true, Youssef. That is true. The seasons have been very unfair to the new servers. Ramses, Confucius, Lagarta looks like a filler compared to others. Yeah, that is true. But it happens. Again, I remember when I tried martial cavalry with my friend Jacob, we wanted to die. And I swear to God, I am not making that up. At the end of the testing of martial cavalry, I had an actual headache. I had to go to bed because my head fucking hurt after trying martial cavalry, bro. It was such a pain. It was so long, it deals no damage. Like, we both wanted to die, bro. And we wasted troops because it was on live server, right? We wasted troops for no reason, bro. Actual pain testing fucking martial cavalry. And Jacob left the game ever since. So GG. What test are you on right now? Ramses, Confucius, Lagerta. Not the best. And then we're gonna have Ramses, Confucius, and Scipio. Was the test on stream? Nah, it wasn't. Thank God for that. That would have been the worst stream ever, I think. Alcid plus Robin Hood plus Eleanor with Guardian Radius on Robin Hood. I mean, I could try it, yeah. But the thing is, to put it bluntly, I think people need to stop trying to make Seed work. I think we have to come to the realization that Sid has never been a good hero. He will never be. And as soon as there is a decent martial cavalry DPS, he will be replaced without the shadow of a doubt. What about TactCav? I did some tests on Tactician Cavalry. But Tactician Cavalry is in a very weird spot. I don't think it's good for low spenders, free-to-plays, etc. I think it's good for whales and krakens as a fifth lineup, as a support lineup. So it's a very weird placement for them. I think Sid had potential, but its potential has been wasted by the lack of good rings, by the lack of good supports, and just because he has better opponents. Kind of like Hannibal in a way. Hannibal has tremendous... what's it called? Tremendous potential, but a bit wasted by better heroes, basically. But Hannibal still has some use. We've seen lots of Krakens play Hannibal recently. It's tanky but not enough, yeah. I remember doing the test against Lubu as well. And Lubu nearly always won against Sid. Yeah, I agree, Primal. But I will not do it again, I'm gonna say that. I did, and I have to admit that at this point I did it for ego, I guess, in a way. Because it was like in season... 3 or 4, maybe? I think Robin Hood was released. So season 4. And I had so many people tell me that Hannibal was garbage, blah blah blah. Where Hannibal is one of the best heroes in season 1. And a very good rally lineup in season 2. And he's been revived in season 6. And people were telling me Sid is much better, etc. Sid beats Miyamoto, Lubu. Sid beats Cyrus. I also had that. Some people tell me Sid beats Cyrus. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna do testing on Sid. Because I'm convinced he's shit. But now I'm gonna have the data on top of it. And it was legitimately the worst day I had testing Sid. Because I had to spend as well to increase his stars. I had to spend to level him up and stuff like... Horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. I hated it. Because until now, like, this is the first time I do the testing on Pioneer server. Like, fully. Other than that, I always spend on my account and do the test. But this is the only time they release the Pioneer server with the new heroes, so... It's pointless if you're tanky but you barely do any damage. Yeah, like, Hannibal is tanky and barely does damage, but he has the good thing that he debuffs the enemies. So even if he's tanky and does little damage, he still has some benefit to its allies. That's why it's been used by Krakens, to debuffs other Krakens and have, you know, some sort of an edge on them. But it's very specific. In Season 1, Hannibal is the only counter to Mulan. That's why he's so good in Season 1. Yeah, I guess I did it more to prove a point, yeah. But I was convinced, like, if you've been following me for a long time, you know my thoughts on Sid. I've always said Sid was a bad hero. I've explained why countless times, looking at his skill set, his talent tree, whatever, his support. I've never been a fan of Sid. I've always said he was garbage. And the only way he would have ever been good was if they had released a support hero that gave the slowdown state after a skill activation, after a normal attack activation, which never happened, and now it's too late. So I wanted to prove a point that, you know, so I could say, look, I finally tested it. It's not only my thoughts, like I can't explain why precisely, but it was terrible. Will Season 7 heroes be available to all new era servers after the merge? I don't think they will be available right away after the merge. I think the Pioneer server ends on the 21st of April, so I don't expect to see the new heroes right away. Tell me how I correct my this mistake. I'm free to play in 5-star with Hannibal, DJG, Ashoka. Used all of my medals on Tactician on TactCav. That is tough. You could still play in rallies, I guess, but open field, that's very tough. '21st is new season start. For 69 seconds of fight, guys. Lenore can tank with imp strategy attributes. Elsidor will line up. I'm not so sure. I'm not too sure. I need to try it. Do wait 5 months for these pathetic heroes for the disappointment. Well, the thing is, there's no really big DPS. You know, there's no really big commander that stands out. So that's why it's a bit underwhelming, perhaps. Roland is far from what people expected. I remember back when Roland was leaked, people were like, Roland's gonna be amazing. Roland's gonna be like the new meta, whatever. And now it's like, meh. You know. That's always why I tell people, whenever you see leaks, wait until you see the release. Because something so simple as... let me see. Something so simple as this, right? No scaling on his damage, on his buffs, etc. makes a difference. And that's not something you see in the leaks. This lineup is painfully this. This lineup is... It's kind of like what I felt. You see this? These fights right now are 60 seconds. Like, these fights are more than 1 minute long. Imagine this when I tested Martial Cavalry. Every single fight for every lineup was more than 1 minute long. A good signature can make or break a hero. Yep. A good customizable skill as well. Did I do this one? 1.2? Nope. Okay, so this is the last one. Thank God. So yeah, don't put Lagertha with Ramses and Confucius, guys. He's not the way. He's actually one of the worst we've had so far. $120. What's up, Vasilis? Yeah, I'm kind of motivated right now. What's up, Nicola? But this is why it's important, right? Someone was asking me earlier, if you guys remember, someone was asking me earlier today, why do you test Charlemagne Zhuge Liang? Why do you test Fyodora Zhuge Liang? That's the reason why. Because right now, I can tell to someone who's free to play, if you have Charlemagne, if you have Zhuge Liang Charlemagne. If you have Zhuge Liang Fyodora, do not invest in this lineup because it is not as good as what you currently have. And that's the purpose of these tests, right? Again, the purpose is not only... oh, my mouse is dead. It's one thing to be able to say this is the best lineup, but it's another thing to be able to say this is the best lineup in terms of cost efficiency. Give me a second. Alright, my mouse died, so just gotta charge it up. How's Ramses, Confucius, and Fyodora? Ramses, Confucius, and Fyodora. I need to add that to the mix, actually. Ramses, Confucius, and Fyodora. But honestly, I'll try it later. But from what I see, with even the current test, is Zhuge Liang is a must. He really is. $97,553. Okay, yeah, this test was pain. So now on to Scipio. That might be a bit more interesting. This is what I'm looking for. I have high expectations for this one. So let's see if my my intuition was completely garbage. It's possible, you know. I may have a complete garbage intuition. Or let's see if it works. Does it matter which second spot? In this particular case, I use Confucius second because he has an active skill, whereas Scipio is passive, so it doesn't matter where Scipio is. Scipio could be third, second, fourth, whatever. He will activate his stuff regardless. Well, it doesn't seem as good as... Okay, it's already better than Lagertha. That's something, I guess. It doesn't seem to be as good as what I was expecting. So let's see, let's continue. Because this is, I guess we'll have some good reports with lots of crits. And we'll have some mediocre ones with very little crits, I guess. Okay, 37 seconds, that's already better. 136, 1, 3. Yeah, I agree, Young. Imagine there is 10 heroes season 7 and 8 heroes. Holy, I hope not. Okay, 2.5. 35 seconds, very good. So already lots of damage. Let's see. So far the best ratio we had was 3.9. So with this one, I'm expecting more DPS than Confucius Zhuge Liang, but less tankiness. .5 again. So far it's very consistent, interestingly enough. 31 seconds. Feel free to like the stream, by the way, guys, if you haven't already. That's always a big help for the channel. A big motivational boost. when I see, you know, when I see these 6-7 likes, it's always amazing. Okay, 3, okay. So far it's a very stable lineup. I'm kind of surprised. I was expecting more variants, more variations. Let's see. Man, it's very nice. They give you so many of these tokens, by the way. They're really cooked here. They're really cooked. Fight's too short. Now, for 30-40 seconds is very good. You don't always see fights this long in open field. Usually it's more like 20 seconds, 15 seconds. So this is already very extended compared to reality. Would King's Blade or Bloodthirst on Scipio matter much here versus Righteous? We may have to test it, Side. We may have to do a second roll with King's Blade instead of Righteous. Is Righteous Judgment fixed? I guess we'll see. I'll try with King's Blade afterwards. We're gonna do 20 Righteous, 20 King's Blade. That's your punishment, lads. Apparently it's bugged, yeah. Okay, so you tell me if you're feeling, you know, tired or whatever. I don't know what time it is for you, side quest. I don't even know what time it is for me actually. But yeah, I'm very curious to see how this will go. So yeah, open field is usually 10 to 20 seconds most of the time. Well, maybe 10 is a bit underestimated, but yeah, 15-25 is pretty realistic. We're good in Ireland, almost same time zone. Alright, yeah, I'm good. I mean, I'm probably gonna do some more anyway, so... Holy smokes, we jumped to 68 likes. Good job, lads, thank you. I'm kind of amazed. There's always so many people on streams, really. Like, I guess I'm genuinely lucky to be part of this community because I upload so little videos. I guess I'm more consistent on stream, right? And on Discord. I don't know how many of you are like on Discord, you know, chatting on my Discord server or whatever. Because I'm more active on Discord. I guess it doesn't... People see me more talking, etc. So they don't think I'm AFK. But for people who only watch YouTube videos, they must think I'm dead. But I'm very happy to be able to see so many people on streams despite me not being very consistent with videos. So thank you everyone for being here. Five. 6-7 reverse, yeah. Relatively new, but I'm in the Discord, okay. I interact a lot more on Discord, I guess. And I prefer, I've always said it, I prefer streaming more than doing videos. I like the interaction, you know. But yeah, T-Blood, I'll do test. I mean, we'll do King's Blade afterwards and see which one comes on top. Because that's an interesting test to do, obviously. $37. 134, 1 and 3. Short of AoEM friends, your server is pretty much the next big hub for AoEM stuff. Yeah, it's always been kind of... I've always been kind of proud of the community we have on Discord. I like the fact that my Discord is kind of like a hub for people to talk about lineups, help each other. And AoEM friends is more like if you wanna vibe and shit talk each other. It's a bit more, I don't know. It goes out, it's much more, I guess, festive. AoEF is very based, yeah. What was the new ring link? I can't find it. I don't know, I haven't checked to be fair. Is that actually real? The Stellar Store, man? Yeah, the Stellar Store is insane, bro. But don't say it too loud, I don't want them to nerf it. Bro, the Stellar Store is so bad, man. I wish they would add more. That's what we have to say. One, 3, 2, 1, and 5. Horrible shop needs more. Yeah, exactly. You tell them. Yeah, nah, honestly, it's pretty good. Look at this, bro. Like, this is very good. And you actually get a ton of these rewards there, of these tokens. Like, look, I can already buy nearly everything. And I just did some dailies on, like on this account, bro. That's kind of nice, actually. That's very nice. So big dev W there. 2.2. 32. Vlad Cyrus Boudica with Boudica tank configuration with Tenacity and King's Blade. Nah, Boudica is outdated. For the first era versus era, you should have a live stream with Peter. Would you guys like that? A stream with like an interview with Peter during the first like KVK or something? I could ask them, but I'm not sure if they want to do something like that again. But honestly, they've done some pretty good things lately. I feel like they've done some pretty good things lately, AoEM. I don't know. I guess they're a bit more careful ever since the tier 8, tier 9 catastrophe. We're probably gonna see era 13-17 versus Taiwanese servers, maybe, yeah. That sentiment gonna change once they drop Merc Stage 3? Yeah, or the new castle, whatever, the new castle tech or something. Okay, so far, Scipio with Confucius is okay, with Righteous Judgment, that is. We're gonna try with King's Blade afterwards. But so far it's not too bad. It's not as good as Confucius Zhuge though. What about the new Tavern Hero? That's actually decent. Yeah, who's the last decent Tavern Hero we've had? Guan Yu? Henry? Okay, you're gonna be banned, bro. Seriously, that's Roland? Vlad would be better, I guess, than Leonidas, but if you don't have Vlad, then yeah. Yeah, Zhuge Liang 5-star is very good. Queen Dido, yeah. Otherwise, aside from Guan Yu, there's not really... Josephine, I guess. For the siege aspect. But, you know, I mean, Josephine, Amirabi, and Derek. Henry's the goat, we can't really harness his power. We forgot about Harold as well. Of course, Harold. Harold is like, you know, the goat. I mean, how could we forget about him? When will I see Lubu? I'm in day 53. You should see him soon, I believe. Have you ever had your first Mightiest Empire event, Travis? 5-star Harold is okay. 5-star Harold is worth Guan Yu, basically. Not yet, just did the first wonder. Okay. I think you should start seeing Guan Yu, Lubu. Season 2 should arrive close to your first MEE, basically, I believe. So close to your first Mightiest Empire event, you should see Season 2 come by. I believe. A bit after, maybe. I think you'll have like one MEE, and then Season 2 or something like that. .8. Yeah, it's not too bad, this lineup. If you don't have Zhuge Liang, it could be a great alternative with Scipio. Nope, not yet, Tijan. I'm doing Tactician Swords first as per public demand. I saw some Krakens running KA with Amirabi, that's true. Only for rallies, because Amirabi has a big damage buff. But Krakens, you know, I think they only did it once, and then they swapped back. But some things only work for Krakens. Yeah, for Ramses, Tijon is right. You use Flame of Genesis and Strategy's Master Gift. Can I have any sense double march of Cavalier? Zhao, Timur, Vlad, Lubu, Rani, Attila. Zhao, Timur, Vlad. Zhao, Timur, Vlad. The thing is, Zhao really shines when he has a another DPS with him that can make use of the double attack. Okay, after this one, only 2 more tests, and then we're swapping to King's Blade instead of Righteous. We will wait for the day King Sigam test King Arthur and Pioneer, right? The thing is, there's no King Arthur in Pioneer. And there's probably never going to be King Arthur in Pioneer, sadly. Iris or Riot. It's coming, it's coming. Thank you, Vasilis, for joining the channel. Thank you, man, for your subscription. Appreciate you a lot, man. Thanks a lot. I hope you're doing okay. Yes. After this one, I'm doing Scipio with King's Blade instead of Righteous Judgment to see if there's any difference. And then we are off to Sun Tzu. We're gonna test Sun Tzu, Charlemagne, Zhuge Liang as a baseline. Sun Tzu, Confucius, Zhuge Liang. Sun Tzu, Confucius and Charlemagne. And that's about it. So only 3 configurations for Sun Tzu. I'm not testing Pyrrhus with Sun Tzu because I know it's not gonna work. They are both egoistical heroes, the same way as when you try Ramses and Pyrrhus or something like that. Thank you, Vasilis. I appreciate you, man. Exclamation mark Discord, guys. Oh, I can't write it. Well, if someone is willing to type exclamation mark Discord for the link to pop up, you can join the Discord server if you want. There are multiple channels for basically every lineup in the Discord server, so you can talk about the lineups, what you tried, what you want to try, if you need help, etc. People will help you out usually. Sun Tzu, thank you, SideQuest. Sun Tzu, Confucius, Zhuge Liang is like the very Chinese. Yeah. Sun Tzu, Confucius, Zhuge Liang. It's very, yeah. It's probably gonna work, but it's very interesting that it works, you know? It's like very forced, in a way. Can you try Ramses, Confucius, Fyodora? It's a bit more budget friendly. I see what you mean, and I will try it, maybe not right now, because I think people want to see Sun Tzu, but I will try it later. But if you want to be really budget friendly, you might want to swap out Confucius for Zhuge Liang. Oh, never mind. We're finished there. Oh, what's up, Astrosp? Okay. Yeah, I remember you. Okay. Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing okay. From 155. Yeah, I see you, bro. 32, 131, 1 and 2. And here, the last one, 2.6. 121, 050, 37, 135, 13. Okay. So it's not as good as Ramses, Confucius, Zhuge Liang, but it's already better than Ramses, Scipio, Zhuge Liang. So if you don't have Zhuge Liang, this is a good alternative, basically. Now let's see with King's Blade. And then we go on to Sun Tzu. It's a crime. Timur, Mehmet, and Suleiman are not working. Yeah. Yes, I agree, Shadow. That's why in 119 our fixed MGE system allowed everyone, even free-to-plays, to get their heroes. What gems do you recommend for Scipio's torso? Torso is healing, I would say. I guess healing works. Good luck keeping that going after merge. Yeah, it's gonna take some time after the merge. Because after the merge, if you have 3 servers, that means 3 more whales / 3 more krakens. So basically people will have to be less egoistic. Meaning that if you don't need the hero, maybe do not unlock it and leave it for others. But at the same time, if they triple or if they double the slots for heroes, that may be That may be doable, I don't know. I think we just finished a 3-hour playlist of Pokemon music. Yes, we did. So we're gonna do... So this was Generation 4, we're gonna do Generation 5 now. Can I know? Quadruple the slot for Era 13? Yeah. Era 13 needs Krakens, am I right? I think how fun the game would be if you had BOD lobbies. Yeah. .1. Can I know how does your fixed MGE work? Basically, our fixed MGE, you cannot unlock a MGE hero twice per season. So if you registered for a MGE for a specific season, you cannot register again. That's one thing. We ask people to not register if they don't need the hero, ideally. Also, because I do testing, I am able to tell people this hero is good at 3 stars, this hero is good at 5 star only, such as Ramses. So basically, when we had Ramses in our server, I was like, if you cannot 5-star Ramses, do not unlock him because it's going to be a waste for you and for everyone else. So there's a lot of trust involved, right? And then for the top 10, people will register. I want a slot for this week. I want a slot for this week. Some people will say I want a specific... some people will say I want to be top 1 specifically. Some people will say I don't care if I'm top 10 or top 1. And we have one person who is who's dealing with creating the top 10, basically. So we trust that person to be... how do you say? To not be an asshole, basically. And be fair. We trust him to be fair, even outside of our own alliance. And that only works because we trust each other so much. And it's worked very good so far for us. So we trust that guy to make the top 10, to not be biased, and he has not been. He gives the top to, you know, like not necessarily Krakens, not Wells, etc. Usually the first MGE is very well oriented. That's normal. But after that, you will see a lot of free-to-plays and low spenders get these heroes. And because we communicate a lot on what works and what does not work, people unlock heroes because they need it. But if someone disobeys, well, if someone breaks the MGE, then there's a punishment for that. And usually people... We've never had a case where people broke the MGE willingly and told us fuck off. Usually people broke the MGE because they were not careful, because, you know, whatever. But when we DM them, telling them, look, you've been over the board, you cost someone their top 10, you have to choose this punishment, or this, or that. And they're like, okay. You know, I understand. We've never had a case where someone, like, you know, spit on our face, basically. Scipio should be in the middle. Not necessarily, Ahmed. The reason being that Scipio is passive. So Scipio's bonus will activate regardless of his positioning. So Scipio will buff your commander regardless of his positioning. Kingsblade, this is passive too, one-man army. Kingsblade it only matters because it will activate before Ramses anyway, so if he's second or first or third, it doesn't matter. But Confucius is active-based. So Confucius, you want him to activate his signature skill as early as possible. So if he's second in the lineup, he will activate his signature skill 1 second earlier. So that may do a little difference. Debout Eleanor plus Zhao. I guess that would need to be tested, but Lebu is not so reliant on his commander skill. Reliant? Is that a word? And yeah, it's true, Eleanor gives strategy too. Is there a minimum point? Yeah, basically, when we make the top 10, we also tell people to reach a certain score. And for everyone else, everyone outside the top 10, we basically tell them do not go over like 10 million or 15 million points. And if you reach 10 million points in MGE, you know, it's already because you kind of wanted it, I guess I could say. It's not that easy to reach 10 million points. Except if you spam troops on Troops Day, which you should not do if your MGE is fixed. You should take, you know, you should take measures to train troops before or after Troop Day. You need Scipio at 5-star. Scipio 3 stars is okay. What happens when a Krakens or High Whale breaks the rule? We've never had the case. Never. Because usually Krakens and whales are very involved in the game, so they will be careful during MGE days. Unless you have a whale that does not read decrees, that does not participate or communicate in events, etc., which is very unusual. But if someone were to break the rule, Kraken or not, we would tell him to, we would kick him out of the alliance. As simple as that. If he doesn't want to agree to the punishments, we would kick him out of the alliance and teleport him to Zone 1, and that's it. The rules are the same for anyone. If a Kraken in my server does not care about their free-to-play friends, then he might as well play a solo game, for all I care. And everyone who migrated to my server up until now is well aware of that. Have you tested martial arts yet? Nope. Okay, so far Kingsblade is having better result than Righteous Judgment. Like 5% better for now, something like that, which is actually pretty big for a skill to have that much impact. Krakens have many universals, so yeah, exactly. That's why usually, like, again, that's my experience. Usually Krakens or whales in my server are like, I don't care if I get even a top 10. Give me a top 10 and I'll max it, you know? That's usually what people say. Again, that's in my experience. Because I've never been in a server where whales or Krakens don't care about their teammates. Yeah, usually 40 million is our top 1, yeah. And like 20 million is our top 10, I guess I could say. I think it's pretty close to that. Yes, I will test Bans. Baris. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name, I'm sorry. Losigam, what should be the best Tactician Pac-Man line-up right now? I have to test it. But I would say something like Saint Louis, Belisarius, and DJG, probably. Napoleon, yeah, I honestly, I can't wait to try Napoleon. I'm maybe gonna be disappointed. But I have to do it. I'm a believer. Napoleon is my Cid, you know? Like, some people want to make Cid work very hard. I guess I want to make Napoleon work. Isabel, when will she be out? We don't know. I think she's gonna be out before the end of April for sure. We need anti-healing ring now. I think anti-healing ring... I think it's kind of tough because... Anti-healing ring takes a spot for a ring that would be way more useful, I think. I really want Napoleon to shine, yeah, I think so too. I really want to, but I know it's coping. I know in advance that it's coping. Martial arts and disappointment go hand in hand, yeah. I mean, I'm someone who maxed out Napoleon when he came out, and trust me, that was not a very good return on investment purchase. The Napoleon cope, yeah. It is cope, I know it is. Like, I'm aware it is. I'm aware it is. It's a great initiative for controlled MG, the way you describe it. This way there are too many speed-ups and a restless life for ME. Yeah, absolutely. But again, it's something that's very... Like, that's why I say I can't really give advice on a fixed MGE, because I really believe our server was very special. Like, in most servers, if you had one guy manage the top 10 and give out the top 10 to players in your server, I'm willing to bet that someone would say he's biased, or, you know, he's giving the top 10s to his friends or whatever. We've never had that there. Like, the trust is 200%. There was a bit of skepticism at first, like maybe the very first time we discussed it. But once it started to work, there was not a single complaint. They advertised Napoleon very well, they did. And he looked good on paper. But you know, sometimes you don't make a hero out of paper, so... Okay, 5 more tests on this one, and we can go on to Sun Tzu. So interesting, Bloodthirst seems to be doing like 5% better than King's Blade. King's Blade seems to be doing 5% better than Righteous. Server 389 is in big trouble, you should see the mess over there. 389, that's not Sneaky's server, right? Sneaky is in 393? Try Napoleon with Eleanor and Julian, that's what I'm planning on doing, yes. What was it? 2.6? 32. One 36, 1 3. What's up, Abdul? How are you? I'm from 266. Any neighbors here? Ah, you're from the great server 266. How do you feel about your merge coming from 266? Sorry, I kind of phased out there. I was answering to someone. Did I miss anything there? No. 2.6. No, I didn't. Okay, great. You have to love Napoleon a lot to move DJG or beating pikes. Yeah. That is very true. I mean, you have to love archers a lot to play them in the first place. Been great. How's the testing going? Pretty good. I'm very thankful for my friend's side for, you know, staying with me through all of these tests. But I know he likes testing too. I mean, I know he's very, how to say that? Very dedicated player as well. You're not Taiwanese? No Arthur? No, I don't. This one's doing a bit better. Ramses Confucius Scipio with Kingsblade instead of Righteous. It's still not as good as Confucius and Zhuge Liang, but it is pretty solid still. But we still have not tested Pyrrhus nor Sun Tzu. It's gonna be interesting to see how Sun Tzu compares to Pyrrhus now. That's what I'm very interested to see. Because we've seen a lot of players build Sun Tzu, right? To counter the pikes. And it's gonna be interesting to see if Pyrrhus actually beats that or not. Which 2.7 here, my bad. .7. .31. 132. 1.4. Okay. Yeah, Zhuge Liang is the GOAT. If you don't have Zhuge Liang, you can still have like an alternative with Scipio instead. But that's about it. I think Pyrrhus has a lot of potential. I agree, yeah, 100%. Sun Tzu primary with Pyrrhus secondary? Nah, I don't think so. Like Sun Tzu and Pyrrhus, it's just like Ramses and Pyrrhus. They will fight each other. They both need resources, which is support. They need to be buffed. They won't work well together. That's something I've tested over and over again between Ramses and Sun Tzu, Suleiman and Sun Tzu, and Ramses, sorry. And we've seen Ramses and Pyrrhus earlier, and it was not good. Okay, last one. Which Pyrrhus lineup is giving the best results so far? I haven't tested Pyrrhus yet. But for Ramses is going to a conclusion for 1v1s. I have not tested Swarms yet, okay? For now it looks like Ramses, Confucius, Zhuge Liang is on top, followed very closely by Ramses, Confucius, Scipio with Kingsblade. There's like a 5% difference there or something, by the looks of it. Is there any new hero from Season 7 coming to Warrior Swords? Nope. Maybe Confucius could fit in there, but I have to see. I'll try Confucius with warrior swords and see how it goes. Alright, let's hop on to Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu, Charlemagne, Zhuge Liang. I need to... Yep. Here we go. Remind me when I test Confucius and Zhuge Liang to remove Peaceful Haven on Zhuge Liang. I'm gonna take a small bathroom break and make myself another coffee, and I'll be right back. Okay. look what I just found, guys. Yep, I have 2 cats. What's up, Samwise? Alright, Sun Tzu it is. Dual will with the cats, I demand it. Alright, 29. With Charlemagne we're gonna see as well big spikes of damage and we're gonna see lower spikes. Yeah, do not run double Peaceful Haven, they do not stack. Peaceful Havens will reset each other basically. Now they don't stack. I also had the experience earlier. I played 2 Peaceful Haven and then swapped it out and it was way better. Yeah, you would use another skill on one, a healing skill or sowing discord, yeah. New Stellar rules the same. Honestly, I haven't checked it too much. It's pretty similar, yeah, I guess. Except that there's rankings. Can I use Sun Tzu instead of Ramses Commander? Yeah, absolutely. Sun Tzu is a decent commander. Especially for a Season 2 commander, actually. He's very RNG dependent. But, you know, still very good. He's a good rally hero as well. I mean, he's decent. Varan is just a better Barbarossa. Yeah, that's... yeah. I don't know, he kind of... I'm not convinced by Roland. I'll try him, but... I have mixed feelings about him. From looking at his skill set and stuff like that. Okay, so here we have... probably... We are probably unlucky on the activations there. Yeah, Roland has been disappointing, yeah. Less Peaceful Haven or Golden Odyssey? Golden Odyssey should not stack. The way Golden Odyssey will work, if I can show you already. Golden Odyssey has scaling. So the way Golden Odyssey will work, if you have 2 of the same, if you have 2 in the same lineup, the damage buff to your commander will be... basically it will take the highest... if 2 Golden Odyssey activate at the same time, only the highest value will be taken into account. Or if they activate at an interval, it will reset the timer of the buff. and take the new value. And Peaceful Haven will refresh the timer, but it will not stack. When there's a shot that says it does stack. Well, I don't know. Like I said, I just tried it earlier today, and 2 Peaceful Haven did horrendously bad. Compared to like 1 Peaceful Haven and something else, I mean. There may have been a point where they did stack, but if they have stacked at some point in the game, it was a bug, because that's against the rules of the buffs in Age of. Yeah, Archer is difficult, Butcher. Yep. It does not prolong the duration, it resets it. So if you have like 1 second left and you activate another Peaceful Haven, it will come back to 3 seconds. Basically. It will not be 1 plus 3, it will be back to 3 seconds. How do you protect your swords? Well, you have Lubu. Your pike, sorry, you have Lubu. Otherwise, good job. Good luck, sorry. By keeping pikes in castle, yeah. I'm a pike main on 119, so I'm gonna try and see what works with pikes, obviously, so I'll give you guys some news, but yeah. All of these strong swordsmen are making it very difficult. We are in a sword/cavalry meta right now. Quoi pour le moment les tests? Bah, ça va, ça va. Rien de... Comment... J'ai pas eu d'effet waouh encore, on va dire. Like, swords really started to be broken when first there was Lagertha. Lagertha was an enormous boost to swords, and then Scipio. And worst of all, the adornments. We don't talk about it enough, but adornments completely broke the balance of swordsmen, especially with King Arthur and Radiance. Like, sure, Lagertha and Scipio are great for King Arthur, but Radiance... Radiance, bro. Radiance completely broke King Arthur. Yeah, it's crazy because if you compare Season 1 King Arthur back in our days, like the game on release, Season 1 King Arthur was garbage because Mulan kicked his ass. And if you check now, Season 1 King Arthur is Giga Chad, bro. because of Radiance, because of level 140. It's crazy how the game has evolved. Radiance really gave King Arthur you know, a purpose. No pike in rallies, only to reinforce. I only use spikes to kill reinforcements. Because Lubus are still the meta in rallies with swords. So you have to use your Cyruses and stuff like that to kill the Lubus trying to reinforce. They are kind of a sniping lineup now, I guess I would say. They're like mosquitoes. But very efficient ones. What are my speed ups looking like? Ooh. Okay, I still have 42 days. Okay, I'm good. 2.8. Yeah, Sun Tzu's not doing too bad, to be fair. And that's, again, that's just with Charlemagne, Zhuge Liang, so that's the Season 5 lineup. After that, we're gonna try with Confucius. 1 to 7. Oops. Thank you, Turk. New rings in Pioneer? No, none at all. It took them 6 months after the game release, or about 8 months for 140 heroes. Yep. Bonne nuit, Albator. Yeah, once we have finished the 1v1 tests, after Pyrus, I'm gonna go to bed as well. But there's still lots of testing to do. Probably 1 hour still or something. Well, I'm getting my ass kicked now. Scan S35, yep. Salut Inheritor, comment tu vas? Okay, wait. That's the kind of result you never have with Ramses. Ramses is more consistent than Sun Tzu. I guess that's one of the issues that Sun Tzu has. And maybe something that Pyrus will not have in comparison. 70 seconds, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, Confucius is MGE, yeah. Honestly, they should have made, you know what? They should have made Eleanor MGE because no one would have wanted to take Eleanor in MGE. So it would have been way easier to make a fixed MGE during that time with the merges. Yeah, this is just... We're Monday, right? Yeah, this is just Monday. Tomorrow I'll be live again. I don't know what time. It depends on side quest as well. And Wednesday I think side quest has lots of availability. The good thing is I'm streaming so much these days that people from all time zones can hop in and get some information out of it. I'm not mad about it being MGE, as not many actually played Tact Swords. Yep, I agree. Dev said that there will be more players that can lock MGE heroes. Yep, thankfully. Which skills do you recommend to use if you want to play Cyrus, Roland and Mensa? I guess for Roland, you can do Knight's Anthem and either Fearless or Metal, something like that. I don't understand why they gave him Golden Odyssey, since it doesn't stack anyway. Very weird. I guess they really see him as a Mensa replacement, but I don't know, so far he's... I guess we'll see when I try him out, but I'd be very surprised if he actually replaces Mensa. But the tests do not lie, so we'll see. Happy with your merge on 119? Yeah, it's okay. I'm very happy with that. Stick to Lubu Mia and wait for Kano to replace Mia. I kind of agree, yeah. Nah, Tenacity is not great. Tenacity is a worse metal in general. If you're in a swarming setup. If you're in a 1v1 setup, Tenacity is better. Yeah, I agree, side quest. 100%. What's up, RPS? Give me a R, give me a P, give me a S. Give me a 0, and you got Rio. Tenacity actually way better than Metal in 1v1, yeah. That's normal, because Metal only outscales. I mean, Tenacity is a turn-based skill, so it will activate consistently every 9 seconds. Whereas Metal can activate every 6 seconds if you are swarmed. So Metal only shines if you have 2 people on your nuts. Otherwise Tenacity is better. But if you play Pikeman, I am assuming you are looking to be swarmed. At which point you should play Metal. But otherwise Tenacity is better in 1v1, yes. So if you play rallies, for instance, Tenacity is gonna be better. What's up, Yarrick? Yeah, exactly, Rise. Like, because it's counter-attack units, I'm assuming you will be looking to be swarmed. At which point you may play on your strength. And in the best case scenario, which is what you will be looking for on the field, then Metal does better. That's kind of what it is. But if you get picked by a swordsman in 1v1, then indeed Metal is not gonna be as good as Tenacity. So there's ups and downs in both cases, basically. I'm kind of curious to see Sun Tzu, Confucius, and Zhuge Liang. I'm especially curious to see Sun Tzu, Confucius, and Charlemagne. But I'm even more excited to see Pyrrhus. See how well he does compared to Sun Tzu. I'm assuming he does way better. Because he does not have the restrictions based off charging states. And I think he has better activation chances too. Is 3-star Mia good until later? I mean, 3-star Miyamoto will keep you going for a while, yeah? And it's especially cost efficient if you compare that to other lineups. So far, this lineup does as good as Ramses, Fyodora, Zhuge Liang, so very basic for a Season 5 lineup, kind of. Nothing we did not expect from this lineup. How did Mono Peaceful Haven, I'm assuming? One Peaceful Haven is better. And I need to remind myself to swap Peaceful Haven for War Tactics after this Charlemagne testing is done. I hope that Charles is not mandatory for Pyrrhus. I think Pyrrhus, the one thing I'm curious to see is Scipio Confucius. Other than that, I don't know, we may see a case where Confucius and Zhuge Liang together are, you know, very good. What's up, Jido? What will be the build for strategy swords? I'm just entering to stream. So for Ramses, Jido, the best result I've had so far was Ramses, Confucius, Zhuge Liang, followed closely by Ramses, Confucius, and Scipio with Kingsblade. It was like 5% worse. Something like that. No rings involved yet, and in 1v1. I need to test in swarming setup still. But yeah, if you don't have Zhuge Liang, then Scipio might be a good alternative. But Confucius is a great addition otherwise. I'm Sun Tzu main, but it will be hard to get Confucius. I'm in the middle of testing Sun Tzu right now. I'm doing the basic Charlemagne Zhuge Liang as a baseline. And afterwards I'm gonna be testing Sun Tzu, Confucius, Zhuge Liang, Sun Tzu, Confucius, and Charlemagne. Basically, and see how it compares. Because there may be a case where Confucius is not that great of an addition for Sun Tzu compared to Charlemagne. I guess we'll see. And then I'm gonna be testing Pyrrhus to close the stream. And the rings I'll probably test offline, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if I'm gonna have enough with 7 days to test the rings and everything. I don't see it happening. But I'll see. Because I still gonna play on my main account too. Not everything is Pioneer server. 49. 135. 9. 1. Alright, let's see Confucius and Zhuge Liang now. Confucius. So we remove Peaceful Haven for War Tactics here. Here we go. Why are we testing without rings? Because if I want to see if a ring is efficient or not, I need to compare it to a lineup with no rings, basically. Ramses, on en fait quoi? Ramses est très bien hein, pour l'instant, je vais pas me plaindre. Confucius, c'est une belle addition à Ramsès. C'est pas, ça casse pas trois pattes à un canard, hein. C'est pas Zhuge Liang, mais c'est bien. So always test without rings first. If you want to see how effective a ring is, you need to compare it to something. Let's say you have a computer. Your computer has a very basic graphic card that's like 7 years old, okay? You want to see how efficient the new graphic card is, like the 5090 RTX. You're gonna do some baseline testing on your old graphic cards first to see how the new graphic cards, you know, performs. Because if you try the new graphic cards right away without seeing how it compares to the old one, you're gonna be like, okay, it's better, But how much better is it? What did I win? What did I get in the trade? Is it 10 times better? Is it 1% better, you know? That also helps you to have priorities in regards to rings, because if a ring upgrades your lineup by 50%, then it might be better to consider it compared to a ring that upgrades your lineup by 10%. And then you can compare rings based on the material cost, etc, etc. Okay, I have a feeling Charlemagne with Sun Tzu. I have a feeling Charlemagne is really mandatory for Sun Tzu. However, yeah, look at the healing, guys. We have a total of 44k healing there. That is nuts. So in rallies, if you're a Kraken, you will not do as much damage as Charlemagne. But holy cow, do you tank? It's actually crazy to see how good healing has become over the past few seasons with DJG, Zhuge Liang, Confucius, Eleanor, I guess, also. It's kind of interesting to see the shift. Just not for archers, yeah. That's not something we talk about, bro. Killing partially becoming OP because it scales with all the extra stats, yep. Holy, I'm getting my ass kicked right there. I'm assuming pretty poor activations by Sun Tzu. I wanna see that report there. What the fuck has been happening here? What happened? Did he fall asleep? 16? What the fuck? Okay. Interesting. 79 seconds. And it's very weird. Why did they heal so little there compared to here? Okay. Bizarre, I guess. This is an odd... this is the kind of result that I may consider crossing out because it is very unusual. Unless there's a second one like that, but very bizarre. Yeah, Charlemagne is very good with Sun Tzu. He's nearly mandatory because of the skipping Because of the fact he skips the charging state. Yeah, his healing is linked to his to his signature skill activations. Yeah, I think. I think it's also linked to his commander's signature skill activations. Let me see. So the first part is based on the active skill. Every 9 times this unit triggers the recovery effect. No, this, we don't care about that. Okay, this is too long, but yeah, there's only one healing effect. And this one? Ah, this skill has a... okay, yeah, this one has a random effect. 50% chance to trigger additional times. So this one has a random part to it. So this is maybe where the additional healing came from earlier. So I guess the orangey part here comes from Confucius's healing from Spring Breeze and from the charging state from the Way of War from Sun Tzu. We have a bit of orangey as well. What's it called? Confucius is a bit more orangey than we'd like to admit, I guess. Another 79-second fight. Wow. The DPS is really low with this lineup. The DPS is really, really low. For now, it's twice as bad as Charlemagne Zhuge Liang, which makes sense, I guess. It's painfully long. Even my cat fell asleep. Yes, he's had the Sage Ring from the start, yeah. Specifically because I want him to do damage. Because if he doesn't do any damage, I cannot test my healing. And the more damage he does, the easier it is for me to compare the lineups as well. So it is purely intentional. Look at her, man. What's up, 10 team? Which hero is better to have Peaceful Haven? Confucius, because he seems to trigger Peaceful Haven more than Zhuge Liang. From the early experience I've had earlier. Bro, these fights are painfully long. 71 seconds. Can you imagine if I did 30 tests instead of 20? How long it would be? And imagine I have to do that with rings later on. Pain without gain. Is Sage of Judgment a good ring for Confucius compared to Zhuge? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, that is true, Tijan. You could also use Sage of Judgment, yeah. Sage of Judgment, Ring of Falcon, Ring of Lily are great rings you can use to trigger Peaceful Haven more often. It works very well on heroes that don't trigger it consistently, such as Mehmet, for instance. Bro, the way my cat is makes me so sleepy, bro. She's living her best life. And I really want to see Spyrus afterwards. Because so far, these tests have been great, right? We know that Confucius is good, etc. I mean, there's a bit of an upgrade that's not crazy, not that crazy of an upgrade either, but still an upgrade. But there hasn't been any wow effect so far. Pourquoi un Jules en face? Parce que les héros qui sont turn-based, basés sur les tours, pardon, sont les héros les plus stables en fait en termes de damage. En termes de dégâts, les héros comme César, Otto, Octavian, etc. En fait, ils vont toujours avoir toujours les mêmes dégâts, toujours au même moment, tu vois, c'est toujours très stable. Ce qui fait que le seul hasard, entre guillemets, la seule variation qu'il va avoir dans les tests, ça va être ma line-up à moi en fait, pas la sienne. Donc s'il y a un changement qui se produit dans les résultats, ça vient de ma line-up, pas de la sienne, parce que la sienne, il n'y a aucun hasard. On sait que, tu vois, toutes les 6 secondes, il y aura tel temps de dégâts, etc. 102 seconds? Really? What are we talking about there? What is that healing? 64k, no rings involved, no gems, no gear, no horse, no nothing, 64k healing? Are we dead serious right now? Bro, like, in rallies, you can be so toxic with that kind of lineup, bro. It's crazy. How effective still is the double attack skill? For which lineup? Do you think Confucius will be less effective in Ramses Archer? That's a good question, actually. It's gonna be interesting for sure to see the difference. Imagine there's a big difference in results with Archer Ramses. It could be very well possible. It could very well be possible, sorry. Apologies. Someone ping me on Discord. Okay. Bro, these tests. Confucius Zhuge really is the pinnacle of healing, but holy... 103 seconds again. This has to stop, man. Like this lineup's DPS is so bad, but it's made like the tankiness is so good in comparison. It's crazy. Again, look at that healing, man. Makes no sense. Salut Maxime. Oui, oui, absolument. Ouais, il y a une. Alors, c'est pas une upgrade de fou, mais globalement, Ramsès, Confucius et comment il s'appelle, Zhuge Liang. Grosso modo, c'est une petite amélioration par rapport à Ramsès, Scipio et Zhuge Liang. You see him, by the way, at the top left, staring into your soul. Look at him. He's looking at you. He's judging you. He knows your sins. Whatever they may be. Okay, we are halfway through the Confucius Zhuge Liang lineup. Holy smokes. Okay, this is the tankiest lineups we've tested so far. It's kind of nuts, actually. Ouais, après, voilà, si t'es low spender, un truc comme ça, tu vois, c'est pas non plus l'upgrade de fou. Zhuge Liang, c'est à apporter bien plus à Ramsès que Confucius, par exemple. Wow, we're gonna lose that one. Yeah, not a big fan of this lineup. Sure, it's tanky and it's funny. It feels like I'm cock-blocking my opponent more than anything. But it doesn't achieve much, this lineup. Not a big fan of that. Roland, ce sera demain ou vendredi ou mercredi, je pense. 82 seconds. Pain. 1, 2, 7, 2, 8. Yeah, it feels like if Confucius cannot pull out his healing, then the lineup really struggles. So this doesn't look like it's the play to go with double healing with Sun Tzu. Charlemagne really seems like he's needed. Sun Tzu really struggles without that additional help to trigger his signature skill. But it may be good to tank against Lubus in rallies, perhaps? Because it's so toxic? I don't know. Like, I'm assuming this lineup, this Sun Tzu lineup with... the Ring of Badger. Holy, like, it must be the nightmare of Lubus. Il faut dans les tests un Cyrus Barberousse. Non, je pense que je ne mettrai pas Barberousse, non. En fait, il y a tellement mieux que Barberousse maintenant que... Yeah. I think this is the ultimate cockblock lineup. Like, there's no other way to put it, literally. If you want to reinforce a rally... Bah, il y a Mensa, surtout, il y a Mensa Moussa, les filles. If you want to be like the ultimate cockroach, and if you want your rallies to last longer so your friends can reinforce. That must be crazy. Why don't you stop and move on to the next lineup? Because I'm doing 20. 20 is 20. I'm doing my tests the way I always do them. Even if it's painful for me. If I start skipping lineups because, you know, I don't really feel like it. Especially because this lineup has very high spikes of performance and very low spikes of disappointments. So it's especially important to do more tests here. But it is true, it's not a lineup that will perform, but I can still see some usefulness to it. Oh, trust me, this is nothing compared to testing martial cavalry lineups. Trust me. This is like the, you know, this is just a start if you were to test the martial pikemen. Martial sword, cavalry, sorry. Honestly, this could be the type of lineup that would work better for a Kraken, I feel like, than a regular player. What's up, Brandy? But yeah, even if it's not as good, I have to do 20. Otherwise, if I start skipping... lineups, you know, it's not gonna be as reliable. So I know it's not always funny, but I mean, this is like what? This is a 5-hour stream or 4-hour stream or something like that, with me only slapping someone's face with, you know, lineup. So it's not the epitome of fun, but you know, it is for science basically. So is yours towards Ramses, Confucius, and Theodora? No. Oh, Ramses, Confucius, and Theo. I need to try it. I haven't tried it yet with Theodora. If you don't have Zhuge Liang, why not? If you have Zhuge Liang, he will be better than Theodora. And if you have Scipio, he would be better than Theodora. So basically, Theodora would be your last choice. Mm, 82 seconds. 153. 2-8. How are you, Prendy? How are you, Prendy? What the hell is happening there? It's crazy that there's such low spikes. I wasn't expecting something like that. Yep, absolutely, Miniman. Mensa est 3 stars. En fait, pour moi, Mensa, c'est un meilleur Roland, donc... Wow. That is an atrocious ratio there. What the hell? That's crazy. What happened here? $78. Very low healing from Confucius. Yeah, so it looks like Confucius sometimes falls asleep and does nothing. And very low activations from my Sun Tzu as well. What's up, native? Okay, we have 5 more to do. Hang in there. Then we try with Charlemagne. That should speed things up with Charlemagne. And then we have Pyrrhus. But it's crazy, I wasn't expecting that. It's crazy to see that this lineup, so Confucius, Zhuge Liang is so good with Ramses. I mean, so good, let's not exaggerate, but it works very well with Ramses. But Sun Tzu, if Sun Tzu doesn't have someone to hold his dick and help him activate his signature skill, he does nothing, bro. Like, we're talking about martial pikemen without pike. Like, they're swordsmen, and he's barely capable of facing them. That's crazy. Have I done Pyrrhus yet? No, there's only one series of 20 tests left, and then we are onto Pyrrhus. So I would say in 30 minutes. Nearly 2 minutes. Wow. That really is a bad lineup, bro. Well, at least you know that if someone advises you to play Sun Tzu, Confucius, and Zhuge Liang, you know they're trolling you, okay? So that's common knowledge now, I guess. Bro, I am baffled by the fact this lineup performs so badly. Is Zhuge 3 stars better than Fio 5 stars? Yep. He is. I think, like, there's no way Pyrrhus does worse than that. I can't believe it. Surely Pyrrhus does way better than that. But that also kind of shows how outdated charging skills are. Like, why would you release a character with charging skills? You're basically releasing a hero that's dead on release, kind of. It works so much better with Ramses. It's crazy difference between the two matches. Yeah, it is crazy. I actually didn't expect it to be so massive of a difference, but... How would you rate the new season from 1 to 10 in terms of hate rate of pike mates? 8. With a H. I just joined the Skip Your Work with Sun Tzu 2. Nah. I think the conclusion we have with this series of testing is that you need Charlemagne. Sun Tzu needs someone to help him walk on the street to cross the line, you know, stuff like that, cross the road. He needs Charlemagne, otherwise he's completely lost. Without Charlemagne, Sun Tzu is just a shadow of himself. And if you play Sun Tzu, Charlemagne, Scipio, you lack resistance. So you either play Sun Tzu, Charlemagne, Zhuge Liang, or maybe Sun Tzu, Charlemagne Confucius, which is what we're gonna see right now. Okay, two more. In two words, okay, I'm not talking about the illness. 73. I actually didn't eat anything tonight, so I'm starting to get hungry. But yeah, I think that Pyrrhus may be a straight replacement to Sun Tzu. Qin Shi Huang, Confucius, Zhuge Liang might be really annoying. Oh my god, I don't even want to think about it. Okay, one last. And then we are free. Great Wall of China lineup, yeah. 64. Wow, the average duration of fights is 77 seconds with this lineup. Lord of mercy. And it is the worst DPS we've seen so far, out of all the lineups I've tested. Okay. Lord of mercy. Give me Charlemagne. I guess I could do Charlemagne second. Okay. Finally, something else. Second in command means second or third position. Okay, we should see higher spikes of damage here. No, it's okay, Mr. Rob. Yeah, basically in the game there are two positions. There's commander and not commander. Yeah, that's way better so far. That's crazy. We are saved. Okay, please activate. Okay, nice. I needed to fill that one first. Man, I cannot wait to see Pyrrhus. Okay, we have a good ratio there. Okay, I like that. I respect it. But let's see the damage. 129, 5, 1. Okay. Well, I feel like Charlemagne is mandatory for Sun Tzu. That's crazy because Charlemagne is not that good of a hero when you take him alone. But charging state heroes are just so bad. charging state is such a handicap that having Charlemagne is actually pretty good. Okay, show me the spikes of damage now. Okay. Come on, the spikes of damage. I guess it's not for this fight, I guess. That's already like, compared to the previous lineup, it's like night and day. Okay, good damage. What's up, IMG? Okay. .5 also. 40 seconds. 129, 81. We still haven't had that wow effect. I'm hoping Pyrrhus provides that. Oh, come on now, please don't get ass kicked. Bro, Sun Tzu is like edging. He just can't finish, bro. It is underwhelming. But again, Sun Tzu is getting old with Season 2 hero. Like, I'm expecting Pyrrhus to be a straight-up replacement. No questions asked. 58 seconds, yeah. What's up, Sisunatu? What's Nihala? You missed quite some stuff. We finished Ramses and we are nearly finished with Sun Tzu. I think with Pyrrhus here now, it's time to put old Sun Tzu down to rest. I agree. You will be swordsman? Well, that's good, RPS, because now you're in the same server, so Rise will be able to zero you. There's gonna be bounties in Era 13. Yeah, like, I don't know. The activation chance of Sun Tzu is just bad. It I don't know. It just didn't age well. It's sad to say, but Sun Tzu is not aging well. The charging state, I don't know, is a mistake of the design. And then you have results like these, where you completely obliterate him thanks to Charlemagne, most likely. You ever skip the charge and do pretty good, or never skip and suffer? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. There's no in between. What's up, Twixie? Yeah, the charging state is... I don't know, man. It's such a bad design. Is it true that Lubu can be upgraded? No, he's just gonna have a skin, basically, that's about it. Bro, I'm starting to hate Sun Tzu, man. So far, the most consistent result we've had was Sun Tzu, Charlemagne, Zhuge Liang. Charlemagne Confucius does okay, but it's, I don't know. It's pain. Confucius for MGE is a letdown. Yup. Yeah, like Sun Tzu is nothing without Charlemagne, that's crazy. It is so tempting to skip the lineup, but I must not do it. I must remain professional and do the 20 tests. Afterwards, we are gonna see Pyrrhus. It's gonna be heaven. Surely it's not cope. Surely it's not foreshadowing that it's gonna be worse. There's no way. Ain't no way. Yes, I do have Flash of Inspiration. Yeah, I don't wanna see Sun Tzu anymore. Fuck off, Sun Tzu. Me, Pyrus. 10 more. What's up, Elite? One, 3, 8, 10, 2. It is upgraded. Every skill is upgraded to max. People talk about Milan mains getting trashed. No worries, Elite. Yeah, I think this type of stream is great to have while you're doing something else, because I mean, it's mostly, you know, seeing lineups fight for minutes and minutes and minutes, literal minutes, over and over again. And me talking about random stuff. I don't even know what I'm talking about, to be fair. So it's probably better to look at that while doing something else at the same time. Just like my cat is sleeping right next to me right now. Tempting me to fall asleep, but I must not. Yeah, no gear and rings. Rings I will do later on, because I want to see their effectiveness. No worries. Well, it's just a bit time consuming, just a bit. And it's, you know, it's tempting to, you know, say I'm gonna, you know, not do any more tests, or I'm just gonna cut the test by 50%, but I must not. Just remain rigorous. Once we made a 10-minute fight happen to see if we could make Ramcam buff work in open field for MEE. 10-minute fight? How? I'm thinking of dropping Miyamoto line and using Pyrus Scipio Juge. Might be the play, yeah. And Sun Tzu Charlemagne Fyodora. Sun Tzu, no. Not Sun Tzu. We're close to Pyrus. Golden Age is here. The One Piece is here. The One Piece is real. It's coming, guys. Okay, 6-7 seconds. Amazing. Holy fuck, it's nearly a reset. Yeah, I'm heading straight to bed after these Pyrus tests. Rip Sunny. No. Sunny, go. Yeah, this Sun Tzu, honestly, I was expecting more from Sun Tzu. It's very underwhelming. I'm very, very surprised. It's this underwhelming. I don't know. I was expecting more. Really, really underwhelming. Okay, 5 more. And then Pyrrhus. The almighty Pyrrhus. Have I set up his skills yet or not? I think I have. Should be Strategies Master Gift and yeah. And Expedition Phalanx, I guess. He may, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I don't know if he's gonna lack damage without Charlemagne. Is Pyrrhus a rally hero? Yeah, he seems a bit more built towards rallies. But it's gonna be interesting to see if he outperforms Sun Tzu even outside of rallies. That's something I'm very curious to see. That may be the last nail in Sun Tzu's coffin. Or maybe he's gonna be garbage and, you know... and there's gonna be no excitement. But other than that, yeah, his signature skill is... or is it his signature skill? Yeah, his signature... No, it's his customizable skill. Kind of... It has rally-specific buffs. And his signature skill has a lot of scaling, which requires a bit of time to activate, so I would say it's better in rallies overall, yeah. Three more. $1.9. 43. So the good thing is, if you play Sun Tzu, keep playing Sun Tzu, Charlemagne and Zhuge Liang. Because Confucius is not better than Zhuge Liang, so... From the looks of it, at least. So at least that's something. Zhuge Liang is still on top. Okay, 2 more. Okay, this is a crazy comment though. I've managed to make dinner in the time the Sun Tzu test started. Yep. Alors, mon chat. Alors. Yeah, that is a relief, yeah. Confucius is an upgrade for Ramses, but it's not that crazy of an upgrade either. But again, it's gonna scale up, you know, for Krakens, etc. Obviously, because of scaling skills and stuff like that. But for Sun Tzu, it's, I don't know. As you can see, we have not noticed a difference, and I'm looking at my sheets right close to me, and it's not as good as its Shugelion counterpart. Which is good, I guess. Yeah, I guess that opens the way to playing multiple tactician lineups, yeah. I guess you can play Archer and Sword Tactician now. That is true. Especially with Saint Louis as well. To Expedition? No, I don't think so, Evil Owl. 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 Oh, that's the last one. Oh, thank God for that. Oh. Please kill him. Thank fucking God. Okay. Okay. Pyrus. Why is he so far back? So many hours? Yeah, I don't even know how long the stream started. I mean, how long ago? I know it's nearly a reset. Maybe it is reset, actually, I don't know. 60, 71... 139, 12, 2, okay. 10 hours of stream so far. Minimum. Please, Pyrus, be better. I swear to God, please be better. Yeah, we've had more than 100 viewers consistently. That's kind of crazy. Watching me do random tests. I guess it's not random, but... Okay, so fights are a lot quicker already. I like that. I respect it. 1, 3, 2, 5, 1. How many activations have we had from... 5 activations, okay. Oh no. It's happening again. Please, Pyrus. I swear to God. This has to be a test sent by divine, you know, beings or whatever to test my patience there and shatter my dreams of having good lineups. But who's responsible this time? It's you fucking lazy fucker, man. Bro, that RNG is crazy, man. I just can't, bro. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. There's more RNG with Charlemagne than there is with Miyamoto, bro. I'm very worried about Pyrrhus, Confucius and Zhuge Liang. I am so worried it's gonna be Sleeping Fest. But it is still better than Sun Tzu so far. I'm gonna say that at least. We are getting closer to the results we had very early on. With like 20-second fights or 30-second fights. Will you be tasting Pyrrhus with Scipio? Yep. Yep. I'll be testing pretty much... Well, I won't say every combination imaginable, but every combination that may work. Even cross-specialty. What the fuck? When will you test Roland? I'm not sure. Tomorrow or Wednesday or Thursday, I'm not sure. It's gonna take less time than Tactician Swords. Tactician Sword are a big chunk. Tactician Archer also gonna take time. Tactician Pike and Martial Archer and Warrior Pike are not gonna take as much time. Thank God for that. One, 3, 7, 8, 1. Okay, yeah, very good also here. But yeah, you can tell when nothing's happening. Like sometimes you will just blow off big chunks of HP from your enemy, and the next second you do nothing for like 10 seconds. These orangey lineups are very, very weird. .4. We are very far off from Ramses. Ramses in comparison is very, very stable of a hero. Because once Ramses activates his commander skill, there's no RNG involved. The start can be a little slow with Ramses, but once you have your first commander skill, you're good to go basically. Which is not the case here at all with these heroes, with Sun Tzu, Pyrrhus, Suleiman as well. Maybe Saint Louis too, I guess we'll see. And again, the DPS output from the Martial Pike there is the same as before. This does not change. So any underperformance is strictly due to my heroes. which is the point of playing against Marshall Pike. He's using swords. Yeah, but that doesn't change anything. The heroes are... I call them Marshall Pike because they're usually Marshall Pike, but... I mean, they're turn-based heroes if you prefer. He's using sword because I didn't want to have any counter damage, counter bonus on my or debuff. Yeah, absolutely, Rise. Like Ramses can start off slow if you're unlucky, but once you have your commander skill, you're all good to go. Whereas here, you are dependent on RNG for the whole fight. I may need to heal some troops, yep. Yep. Yes, Pyrrhus is already a bit more stable and reliable than Sun Tzu, that's for sure. But this is just Charlemagne and Zhuge Liang. Maybe... I don't know. I hope Scipio brings something, man. I don't know. It's very underwhelming so far. I was expecting more from him. Yeah, I agree. And again, this is not in rallies, right? In rallies, he has 10% bonus damage, so that's something to take into account as well. He's not at his maximum performance there, Pyrrhus. And obviously there's no rings, etc. So, but by the looks of it, Pyrrhus just looks like another DPS. With lots of RNG involved. Like Pyrrhus can activate up to 4 signature skills per turn. But if you don't, well, you're kind of, you know, not useless, but underwhelming. So sometimes you'll have enormous bursts of damage, and sometimes you'll be like, I don't know, doing nothing. I hope maybe like Gerfa helps him, maybe Scipio, I don't know. Do you think Crow works with Pyrrhus too? Yeah, for sure. He has decent might, so maybe even Serpent could work. Yeah, maybe Serpent could work. What's the scaling for armor? It's pretty basic, I think. 069. So yeah, Pyrrhus seems like another very orangey dependent hero. Which is why he's better suited in rallies, perhaps, as well. Bro, I think when I go to bed, I don't think I'm gonna put an alarm for tomorrow morning. I'm just gonna wake up when I wake up, man. I'm gonna be so hungry when I wake up as well. Because I don't think it's gonna be very healthy to eat something at 2 AM in the morning, so I'm gonna wait for tomorrow noon. When the Swords guide's coming? Well, I think there's actually a better chance that the Season 7 guide comes out before the Season 6. I was saying earlier that there's a chance I do the Season 7 guide while the iron's hot, you know? While I'm motivated on it. And then finish the Season 6 guides. Maybe. Because I'm on a good streak right now with the Season 7 tests. Very, very underwhelming so far, Pyrus. I am surprised. Or is it something before bed? Yeah, I may actually eat something, at least to fill my belly a bit. Do you somewhat understand primordial conflict yet? Honestly, I haven't looked at it. I'm gonna be honest. Honestly, I haven't looked at it. Next is gonna be Pyrrhus, Confucius, and Zhuge Liang. So it's maybe... Holy fuck, I'm very scared it's gonna be like 70-minute long fights. And wow, we just lost again. So yes, it is gonna be Confucius instead of Charlemagne, to answer you, Brian West. 73. I think I'm gonna do Scipio before Confucius, actually, because I need a good lineup right now. I need something. Give me something, AoEM. Yeah, I agree, Rise. Like, imagine your hero here is orangey to the point that you lose to this type of lineup. It's actually a pretty good eye-opener as well. That allows you to see how some lineups can be completely ass. Without rings, without luck, without horses. Some heroes are trash when you remove anything they have. Ramses, in comparison, does pretty good with nothing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try Scipio and Confucius afterwards. Try testing versus Season 2 swords, I think you lose 7 out of 10. There's a good chance, actually. Because Miyamoto, Tribuana, Yodit actually has very good synergy and consistency. But imagine right now, you're in my boots, you're seeing my perspective. Imagine side quest right now. We have to highlight the effort, the sacrifice that side quest is doing by doing these tests with me. Well, so far the results are even worse than the Season 5 Sun Tzu with Charlemagne Zhuge Liang. Wow. Even outside of rallies, that's actually crazy. I would tend to think so, yeah, Sisu. Reminds me of that Iron Man dialogue when he asks Spider-Man, under the suit, what are you? Yeah. Without the suit, what are you? Yeah. That's exactly what it is, yeah. Okay, a victory, we take those. At this rate, I'm gonna be up when the update is live on global servers. But yeah, you can see what I mean when I say these are time consuming. It's not always fun. It is fun when you discover very good lineups and stuff like that. But you have some times like right now where it's not as exciting. Salut Lil Shiro, comment tu vas? What's happening now? Battle stage. Okay, we are fighting against this server, I guess. Any good surprise? Not really. Nothing exciting so far. There's still a few more lineups I need to test with Pyrus. I am hoping, maybe, that Scipio and Confucius together with Pyrus are gonna build something nice. But at this rate, I'm not sure what's real and what's fantasy. Confucius is a small upgrade for Ramses, but it's nothing crazy. But it is an upgrade, yes, compared to Scipio. Pyrus really behind Ramses on open? Yeah. Sun Tzu is underwhelming. And Pyrus so far is not performing great, but this is the first test I'm doing on Pyrus. So I have plenty more to do. But it's so RNG dependent. It is so luck based. It is disgusting. How many tests you do per lineup? 20. Any single change, I do 20 more. If I change a skill, I do 20 more. If I change a ring, I do 20 more. If I change whatever, I do 20 more. Seems more of a whale upgrade? Yes, I agree. If you're like low spender and you play Ramses, Scipio, and Zhuge Liang, I wouldn't be worried about Confucius. If your budget is limited, I don't think it's worth the trouble. From what I'm seeing, of course, for now. I have yet to try the swarming setup. But for Ramses, you know, he is an upgrade, Confucius. But he's not as big as an upgrade as Zhuge Liang was, basically. Okay, that was the last one with this one. So we're gonna have this guy, and then we're gonna have Mr. Scipio. Okay, okay. Please be good, somewhat, anything. Even 1% better. Please. Yeah, that's understandable, because some heroes only shine way later in the game. What the fuck is happening? Hmm. So what happened exactly? And the fight was not that long compared to others. What happened exactly? 27? Maybe it's just shit. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe it's just trash. Maybe that's what happened. Okay. Let's see again. Yeah, that is true, I guess, Mauricio. Maybe let's have some 80s music. Yeah, like, Confucius seems like a worse Zhuge Liang in some way. I don't know. Bro, this has to be a nightmare. What the fuck? Wow, okay, completely slapped him out of nowhere. This lineup, I don't know, man. You know, I love Miyamoto because he's a bit RNG dependent, but there's a limit between RNG and like I don't know. Like sometimes this guy is in a wheelchair and sometimes he's fucking Superman. Is Cyrus, Roland, Mensa super tanky? I would expect so, yeah. You made the most RNG lineup possible. Nah, you could do worse, bro. You could be at like Pyrrhus, Charlemagne, and Miyamoto. What do you say about that? You could have crazy synergies, but you could also have crazy garbage. That's fine for rallies. Well, yes and no. Because in rallies there's gonna be like a 10% damage difference. But the result is the same. If you die in 10 seconds to Lubu... I don't know. And what's crazy here is he has Scipio and Confucius to buff his signature skill activation chance. That's what's nuts there. Maybe Scipio Zhuge would be something? Maybe Zhuge instead of Pyrrhus? I don't know, man. Instead of Confucius? That's gonna be something I need to test as well. Nah, Eleanor, Napoleon is gonna be tomorrow. I think tomorrow I'm gonna test something that doesn't take lots of time. Most likely martial archers. Because... okay, wait a minute. This guy buffs his activation chance by 15%. Confucius does buff it by 2%, I believe, something like so. Where is Zhuge? Activation chance by 10%. And afterwards decreased by 5%. That's plus 25% total. (25 plus 15 is plus 40%. And he has another buff here. So he should activate it pretty consistently, that's what's crazy. So does it just do no damage then? It's very, very weird, very bizarre. It's gonna be interesting when I test him against Miyamoto. Honestly, it's gonna be interesting. At this point, I'm not sure. I don't know. I think Miyamoto would still lose because the amount of tankiness Confucius or Zhuge Liang bring is kind of nutty. But I'm not even sure right now. Like, we're talking about, like, this lineup is one of the worst in open field. The one I'm up against right now. You're not supposed to lose against this lineup. Even on testing grounds. One, 4, 7, 2, 5. Pyrrhus, Scipio, Sun Tzu. Oh god, please no. I am not doing that. I am not doing that. Not at 2 AM. I'm sorry. .2. At this point, when I see a ratio above 2, I'm happy. Mind you, when I remember doing testings with Lubu and the ratio was like, well, like above 5 pretty consistently. Yeah, so far, Scipio Confucius is not great. Bro, it sounds like without Zhuge Liang, tacticians are fucking cooked, bro. Like, Zhuge Liang gives an entire career to tactician swordsmen. Without Zhuge Liang, they're naked. But I agree, RPS, that Skyward Knight... When I test Skyward Knights, I'm expecting an improvement of like 50%. Not even kidding. Yes, DJG seems even... There's even a chance that DJG is better than Elizabeth right off the bat. Sisu. Mia's going to get slapped by Martial Archer? There's a chance, yeah. But at this point, there's a chance that Martial Archer slap Pyrus, I don't know. What's up, Anasin? The next 19? That one was pretty good. We tried making Tact Pact work last season. DJG performed worse than her. Well, in theory, Elizabeth should perform better with 2 DPS. So, Belisarius and Saint Louis maybe just that. That's gonna be interesting to try out. I think I'm gonna have to go and grab an energy drink if I want to finish this. From the tests, any tactician swordsman needs Zhuge Liang, like it's not even a question. And Confucius seems underwhelming compared to Zhuge Liang, so if you have to choose, Zhuge Liang all the way. And he's not even an MGE hero. Or like you think we should get Zhuge on Conscription Wheel if it comes out after the merge? I would say unlikely. Otherwise, I think they would have advertised it already. I think they would have told us. So I would say it's unlikely. Okay, I'm gonna grab an energy drink. Let's see. I'm starting to get cold. It's like death is coming for me after testing these lineups. 1 to 2.3? Guacamole. Wow. Oh, he's terrible. Wow, that's crazy bad. What the fuck happened there? What tactician sword lineup could be better without Confucius? How do you mean exactly, Lord? I'm not sure I understand your question. some Bomba energy drink, guys. So don't be like me, guys. Do not take energy drinks at 2:20 a.m. To keep doing tests on a mobile game. After 6 hours of streams or whatever. I don't know how much we are at right now, but I am not an example to follow. Man, I'm so surprised. I don't know. And the thing is, Confucius healing is really good. So this is working as intended. Peaceful Haven is basically activated all the time as well. Healing. Every 9 times. Wait, who's the hero with the higher strategy on my team? Okay, it's Pyrus. Did I lose again? Fuck my hospital. All those valuable tier 1s, yeah. This is the setup where I have had the most losses. Actually, wow. Kind of insane, actually. We're gonna test with Confucius and Zhuge Liang afterwards. Maybe there's something. Or maybe it's gonna be pain. What's his activation rate? Well, it's not that bad. That's the crazy thing. It's not that bad. It's actually pretty decent. Oh, you for now, Lord Fug, you don't need Confucius really. He's a bit of a buff for Ramses, but not crazy. He's not a buff for Sun Tzu, as far as I've seen. Sounds like 2 minutes fight, yeah. That's what I'm worried about. Okay, I love you, Hades, but can we not have... Can we have something that gives me a bit of a punch right now? Yeah, I agree, Yang, as well. I agree. Yeah, one thing I can say for sure is that Zhuge Liang is more important than Confucius. I think we can all agree on that. Zhuge Liang has been a better upgrade in any of these lineups I've tested so far than Confucius. However, these heroes are not released yet, so they may change them. Yeah. Especially if devs watch, I know they watch the streams sometime. Especially right now, well, not now. In 1 hour they should be awake. So if I'm still streaming in 1 hour, there is a chance they are on the stream, okay? And they did tell me after seeing my first reviews that there may be some tweakings. Tweakings? Some tweaks. Tweakings. I'm the one tweaking. That's what's happening right now. But I'm not gonna lie, if I have to redo all of these tests after they change something, I'm gonna become the Joker. You're gonna see me on the news. Yeah, Eleanor with scaling would be great, actually. You could have shared a document with side quest and completed the test 2 fights at a time. Maybe, but I guess I wouldn't appreciate it as much, in a way. Like, I like focusing on one lineup at a time. But I see what you mean, Anasin. I see what you mean. It is a good point. But maybe I'm wasting side's time more than anything. Can do the same exact lineup. That is true, I guess. You're right. That is a good point. This is a very good point. What's up, Ashu? Maybe we'll do that after for the next lineups. That is a good point. What the fuck? Is that supposed to be Pokemon music? What the fuck is this, man? I will test with rings, but after. Like, basically, like right now, I will have the results for this lineup with no rings, right? So I will have the baseline for this specific lineup. So if I had, like, if I slap a ring on top of Confucius, I will be able to see the difference with a ring and without a ring, which will allow me to say, with this ring, there is a 20% upgrade in damage and a 10% increase in tankiness, for instance. So it is time consuming, but it is also necessary to see and to to measure a ring's true value in a specific lineup. There should be a Trojan that you can recall like we do with Bounty. Yeah, but you would still need someone to do it anyway, to do it with. Okay, we end with a good note. 3.5. Holy smokes, he woke up. Like, imagine you go from losing a trade 1 to 2.5 to winning a trade 1 to 3.5. Like, against the same enemy. I don't think I've seen that before. Even Miyamoto is not so RNG. That is crazy. Virus Juge Scipio? Yes, later I think. Do you have a preference, side quest? Do you have a preference in what to test now? Do you want to test like Gerta instead of Pyrus? Do you want to test like Gerta, sorry, with Confucius? Confucius Charlemagne, Confucius Zhuge Liang? That might be the most boring one yet. Yeah, exactly, Young. If you wanna stop as well, side, tell me, let me know. We can resume tomorrow, that's completely fine. Confucius Zhuge Liang may be great. Alright, let's have a go at it. Can finish this set today. Yeah, we have like 1, 2, 3, 4 left. That's 80 battles still. But let's not say it that way. Surely the fight with Zhuge Liang and Confucius is not gonna take... Okay. It's gonna take years to do. Let's see. Bro, I'm so disappointed by Pyrus. Charlemagne Zhuge Liang. Yes, Charlemagne Zhuge Liang was the first I did. And it actually did worse than its Sun Tzu counterpart. Confucius I haven't done yet. Bro, when you see him do no damage for like 6 seconds, 9 seconds, it is such a pain. It is possible indeed, Young. It is possible. It is possible. That is very true. But that's the good thing with 20 tests. Is it kind of, you know, smooths the results a bit. If that's even a verb. Okay. Bro. I don't get it, man. And it would be the exact same thing with gear, by the way. Gear would not change a thing. Gear would not change a single thing because it would just add a non-variable number of defense and attack to both lineups. It would be the exact same result. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Like, sure, it's tanky. It is tanky, it is chunky, anything, any word you wanna come up with, it is, you know? Yeah, I agree. It feels like there's something off. What is happening? Okay, we're gonna do something side, okay? Pick pike, pick tier 7 pike or tier 1 pike. Do you have some tier 1 pikes? Play pikemen with tier 1s. I'm gonna pick if you have tier 1 pikes, otherwise I'm gonna recall my tier 7 swords. Because at the end of the day, we are just comparing lineups between each other. I can train? Okay, if you can, that would be nice. So losing or winning does not matter, what matters is the comparison. But what shocks me is that it's worse than Sun Tzu for now. That's what I don't understand. And Sun Tzu was not very good, to say the least. So I just want to see a result with Spike to see how it goes. Because they have damage buff as well. Additional skill damage with strategy, with additional damage, blah blah blah. Increased skill trigger chance. He gives attributes. Increases commander damage by 15% with strategy bonus. Increased activation chance. Increased commander damage by 30%. Like, there's no way it's so bad. How am I struggling against the martial pike? As a swordsman. Martial pike are some of the worst open field lineup in the entire game. What is happening? Where is my damage? Why am I midlife? I should destroy him. Yeah, everything's normal, no gear, like the stats are correct. And the worst thing is, Caesar is like... Caesar has tavern scaling, okay? Tavern... Caesar has the scaling of a tavern hero. Caesar is a season 1 hero with tavern scaling. And it's not even Otto as commander there. So if Otto was commander, I would lose even more than that. I'm legit confused. Send Lubu? Okay, you're right. Well, maybe tomorrow because I need to level him up. Okay, I can do something though. I think I have some tier 1 pike. Okay, I can do something. Bring out your pike again. Side quest. I just wanna test something. Just for my sanity. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. So this is not Marshall Pikeman being overpowered. There is something wrong with Pyrus. This is the kind of result I'm expecting from a Season 7 hero. Maybe Caesar is too OP, maybe. Maybe Caesar is Pyrus' natural counter. But I don't know, like, do you guys share my my confusion here? I can't really see what's wrong precisely. Maybe immunity, but the immunity wouldn't mess up. The immunity wouldn't mess like 100 battle reports. Like even in the best outcomes, it's not that good. What if the new looping mechanic in Pyrus doesn't work in open field? Well, the thing is, I would think that's one of the bugs, but sometimes you see big bursts of damage, like sometimes you do minus 20k damage, which at this specific state, with no gear and stuff, I'm assuming means I'm doing like extra activations. Yeah, but Otto's signature skill does not explain the difference that much. It is still a garbage open field lineup. And the fact that The fact that this lineup completely obliterated Caesar, like no questions asked, shows that it's not just an issue with auto or whatever. There's something weird here. I don't know, this is very bizarre. Like, okay, it's RNG, okay, it's whatever, but I don't know. Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's really that dependent on rings? But losing to Marshall Pike in open field? Did he have better results than Sun Tzu? No, he doesn't. Sun Tzu has better results for me so far. It's roughly like 6,000 damage per activation. I don't know, it's very bizarre. Something odd. Can't quite put my finger on it, but there's no way it's that bad. But it's very weird because usually when there's stuff like that, I'm usually able to explain why it's this way, why it's good, why it's bad, why it's underperforming, why it's overperforming. But this time I'm very confused, so I guess I would need to recheck my data tomorrow after a good night of sleep. Because right now, I just can't quite seem to be able to explain why it performs so weirdly. No, he's level 120. Why are we testing marches on Caesar? Because Caesar is a turn-based hero, and turn-based heroes are very consistent heroes. There is basically no RNG. The only RNG there is Xin Shi Huang's damage immunity. Other than that, the damage is consistent, which allows me to measure my healing, my damage reduction. So it's a very consistent lineup, which makes it good to test against. Ring increase a hero power tremendously. Yes, but again, there should still be a baseline. Like Ramsey is completely shit on the testing lineup I'm up against. And I'm willing to bet that this lineup that I'm gonna test this week is not gonna lose against the testing lineup, against the Caesar lineup. There should be some form of, you know, common ground, I guess, of baseline. It's very bizarre. Like, we went from Ramses with, you know, genuine normal tests to this, which is very bizarre. Right now I'm Confucius, yeah. Well, the good thing is the live streams are, I mean, the replay of the live streams are not going away. Will blast, sorry. So I'm gonna be able to come back to it and see if they changed anything. Yeah, I agree, Sisu. I agree 100%. Maybe this is a trick by the devs. So that, you know, I say the hero is weird, it's not working properly, and then they giga buff him, you know, in the shadows, so that I look like a fool, you know, because I said he was mid. But I don't know, like, again, I'm not imagining things, like, we are live on stream. This is very, I don't know, it's very odd. There's no other word. I feel like I'm daydreaming, kind of. This is very weird even for a testing setup. Like, I cannot even imagine a lineup with a DPS so luck dependent or so low that it would lose to martial pikemen heroes played as swordsmen. Still testing, yeah. And at this rate, I'm gonna be up when the fucking update is live. We'll need Kraken to test in global launch. Well, the thing is, Krakens are not so reliable, because Krakens are gonna tell you that King Arthur, Hammurabi and Scipio is great when you're level 160 and with level 50 rings. But that's never gonna apply to your average player, see what I mean? Some builds only work on Krakens. That's also part of the game. Some builds you see like will work only on a very small amount of players. For instance, I think one of the best examples is Lubu, Justinian, and I think it was Attila in season 3 or season 4. I think they played that Krakens. If you tried in season 3 to play Lubu, Justinian, Attila as a low spender or free to play, you would get completely smacked. But it worked for Krakens. See what I mean? Canada was a Justinian believer. Well, Justinian is not a bad hero. He's a very good open field tank support. I'm doing okay, Abedin. What about you? But yeah, I'm expecting some tweaks, or at least if there's a bug, some bug fixes. You can see the healing though, the healing numbers are great. So the healing is not bugged, that's for sure. Look at these healing numbers, they're nasty. The healing part works wonders. It's more on Pyrrhus' side where I feel like he's underwhelming. And I don't know if it's because he's bugged or it's because his numbers are too low. Maybe that's because his numbers are too low. I guess the numbers are low because he relies on that extra activation. And the thing is, he has no other DPS skill as well. He has 2 support skills. And this skill is garbage, so you don't want to ever pick that. This is trash. So you have to play with these 2 skills. But then you purely rely on your signature skill. So if you're not lucky with your signature skill, you're basically useless. And that's what's kind of happening, I feel like. Bro, I'm amazed we're still 110 at this hour, bro. There's been more than 100 people for the whole 6 hours of stream. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate that. Thank you for sharing my suffering. My amazement. more likely. Close to 100 likes too. What's up, Lewis? What's up, Gunt? The lurkers are waking up. You were here when I went to sleep. Still here when I get up. The dream, that's the dream. I don't know, the damage reduction is not working. Yeah, that's normal, Carlos. I see what you mean. That's because turn-based heroes always activate their skill on the first turn. So you always suffer from a burst the first seconds. That's kind of a martial turn-based thingy. But yeah, I don't know if there's something wrong, or maybe he's just an okay hero. You know, maybe he's meant to be mid in open field and decent in rallies. I don't know. Maybe that's intended. I guess we'll never know. But so far he's not better than Ramses, that's for sure. At least from what I'm seeing right now. It's gonna be interesting to see how he does against Cyrus. You tried Pyrrhus, Scipio, Confucius? Yes. And it was very underwhelming. Surprisingly, I was expecting it to be good, quite frankly. So it was surprising to see it underperform. So far, none of the tests I've made with Pyrrhus have been better than Sun Tzu, Charlemagne, Zhuge Liang. You're using Charlemagne. I am comparing to Charlemagne, yeah. Because for Sun Tzu, Charlemagne is a must-have. If you play Sun Tzu, you must have Charlemagne. As it is, at least, in the current season. And Pyrrhus has not been able to beat that so far. What are giving the Pyrrhus test so far? Does anyone want to give a summary to Bizo? Like, this is a good result, again. But out of nowhere. Like, you go to losing 1 to 1.5 to winning 1 to 3. You tried Pyrrhus, Scipio, Zhuge? Not yet. But it is planned. Very orangey, yes. Very, very, very orangey. Can you compare the activations of the last two? Yeah. 23, 12, 23, 12. $17, 4. Maybe in this 17, there's a chance that there is many activations in there. I don't know, bro. I don't know. What's up, Rexter? Yeah, I think because the game is... The battle reports are not very good, because usually when your skill has multiple effects into it, you will not see every effect in the activation part. The activation part usually only refers to the first part of the skill. In that case, that would be the first part here. And the second part, with the extra activations, usually we will not see it in the activation part, which is a big issue when you want to see what's working and what's not working. Ouais, en gros, Bizo, il a l'air super RNG le perso, hein. Ouais, c'est un délire. Hein. If you don't have Ramses, my guess would be good. You want a tact sword? This could be an option. Well, I don't know. For now, it looks like, from what I'm seeing, Sun Tzu seems to be doing better, and I'm very confused by that statement. I didn't think I was gonna say that tonight. Pire que Lu... Ah ouais, non, mais c'est un délire. C'est pire que Lubu. Ouais. C'est pire que Miyamoto, tout ce que tu veux. Le perso perd en open field contre des piquets maréchaux des fois, quoi. Enfin... Genre... How's the Pirates lineup? Very orangey. Sometimes you lose a fight, and sometimes you'll win it like by a big margin. I don't know. It's very bizarre, very weird. Confucius seems to be working fine. The healing is great again. The healing is amazing. Almost as orangey as Lubu. I would say it's more orangey than Lubu, actually, from what I'm seeing. C'est censé être une line-up rally. Ouais, mais il y a quand même une limite, quoi. En fait, line-up rally, oui et non. Enfin, oui, parce qu'il a un bonus de 10% aux dégâts. Mais si tu veux un bonus de 10% aux dégâts, ça n'explique pas une telle différence, quoi. Like, I get the thing about his rally lineup, right? And that's true. It kind of feels like a rally lineup. I feel like he's gonna be better in rallies. But even then, you have to see that I activate my like the fights are minimum 40 seconds long, okay? And I have time to activate my my signature skills a lot of time. So I'm stacking my buffs here. This is stacked every time. The 6 stacks are there. So I do benefit from the damage. But I don't feel them. And the rallies thing is just a 10% damage increase. It's not like game changing either. It is good, but it's 10% with no scaling. I think Paris is a great example of what would happen to Ramses without the commander skill. Yes, you are very right, Carlos. I agree. Même avec Charles, soon, donnez-moi les résultats que Paris. Ouais, ouais, ouais. Pour l'instant, hein, il y a peut-être une line-up perle que j'ai pas encore testée. Il y en a quelques-unes que j'ai pas encore faites. Mais pour l'instant, c'est... Enfin, je suis déçu, quoi. Je sais pas si c'est buggé ou pas, mais... I was expecting more from this lineup, let's just say that. Like, as it is, I'm not sure I wanna build it. It's gonna be interesting to compare to Miyamoto, actually. Okay, you know what? If you have time, Side, and if you're willing to do so, maybe you can build a Miyamoto lineup quickly. You know, just have your skill 5 stars. You know, like level up Miyamoto 5 stars, Scipio and Lagerta perhaps. And we have a quick settle, we have a quick round of 1v1s and we see how it goes. There's two tests left for Pyrus with this lineup. Just I wanna see because I'm very like... Did I just lose that? Holy fuck, I did. I don't know, man. I'm so confused. Can you check if the Righteous Judgment bug is fixed on Scipio? I won't have time to bug test, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna say it straight up. If devs have not fixed the bug on Righteous Judgment when the skill is literally 2 years old, then it's not my job to fix it, bro. What about Paris, Charles and Zhuge Liang? I haven't tested it yet. I've tested... Oh, I have actually. And... So far, Charlemagne and Zhuge Liang is the... best, I guess. But best among the mediocre. But I haven't tested like Confucius Lagerta, Confucius Charlemagne. I haven't tested Scipio, Zhuge Liang, etc. So there's still a couple to test. It's gonna be interesting to see how Miyamoto does. With no rings involved. Or rather, it's gonna be interesting to see how Pyrus does against Miyamoto. Because at this point, Miyamoto has nothing to prove. Miyamoto has been played for 6 seasons. Pyrus has to prove he's worth something, surely. I think I figured out why Confucius is causing an issue. His signature skill only activates when the lineup takes skill damage. Ah, and you mean it might be an issue with... Let's see what you mean. Well, not really, actually. No, it doesn't. The skill damage thing is an extra step. So whenever you have 30% chance to activate the disciplined effect, and then once it's active for 6 seconds, you have a chance to heal your troops every time you take skill damage. But I see what you mean. If that was the case, that would have affected the Ramses test. That's true also. Like, there's literally no explanation to make up for the difference being the Ramses test and the Pyrrhus test. And we know Confucius is somewhat working. At least the healing is working perfectly fine. Because Confucius has been an upgrade for Ramses. I don't know, man. Even my cat is coming to see me. Okay. What in the fuck? And that's logical. You cannot expect this hero to beat Miyamoto if he cannot even beat Marshall's pikemen, bro. Wow, completely shit on. 22 seconds. Let me see with Charlemagne instead. Which means I need this again. That is crazy, bro. choc bar de baiser. Oh wait. What's up there? See you, Dandy. Thank you for being here, bro. Have a good day. Bro, I think this is a good conclusion to Pyrus, though, is... I don't know, man. Can we do 2 more side with Pyrus? 2 more against your Marshal, and then I think I'll call it a night. It's been a long time. It's 3 AM. Past 3 AM actually. I'm starting to get sleepy. Let's do 2 last ones, and yeah, but yeah, I have no words, man. I don't know if something's wrong with the hero. I don't know what's happening. But he's very, I don't know, very underwhelming. I was not expecting that. I'm very surprised. Maybe rings are going to completely change the setup. I have no idea, but he does better with Scipio. It was pretty similar, actually. So far, the most consistent results I've had was with Charlemagne and Zhuge Liang. So I still need to test Confucius and Charlemagne, Confucius and Lagertha, Scipio and Zhuge Liang, but I think we're gonna do that tomorrow. Oh, you were with Pikeman, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. I mean, of course, rings completely change a hero, right? That's completely normal, but there's still supposed to be some, you know, some basic threshold of strength, such as Ramses. Like, Ramses performed well in comparison. Ramses did very good in comparison. This is like not even close to Ramses. Yeah, probably Serpent, Skyward Knight, and yeah, Lofty Mountain is good, I'm assuming. Some good tier. Yeah, I'm finishing this and I'm going to bed. Like, for sure, with rings, I would beat this lineup more consistently. But that's not my issue here. My issue is I should not even lose in the first place. How many coffees? Only 2, I think. But 1 energy drink as well. Yeah, exactly, Young. Like, if I'm gonna depend on RNG, I might as well play Miyamoto. Maybe we can do a couple of final tests side. Maybe we can buff up your Miyamoto lineup with gear and stuff like that. And let's do a 1v1 full gear with tier 7 and let's see how it goes. There's no way, like I wanna see the end of it. If you're okay with that. I'm gonna go with Charlemagne Zhuge-Liang. Take the all attributes, I guess, I don't care. Oh, this one has active skill. Well, it doesn't matter really. Well, I mean, maybe it does. It's tier 2 after all. Oh, let's take the might, I don't care. It doesn't matter at this point. Might, let's take the might as well. No strategy, I don't care. It's okay. It's okay if it's might. Okay, let's see. So I would love to play Serpent. Okay, it is actually level 30. Let's play that. Let's take... which hero was I picking? Okay, Lofty on this guy. Thank God we have Lofty. Keeping the rings level 30, it's fine. Where is it? Skyward. Do we have good mounts or not? I'm not gonna use mounts, I don't wanna bother with that. Okay, there we go. Alright. Level 30 rings, full gear, 45 million lineup. Have you tested Pyrus, Charlemagne, Scipio? No. Not yet. I need to add it to the bunch. Pyrus. Which one did you say? Pyrus, Charlemagne, Scipio. Maybe I have. Wait. No, I haven't. I haven't. How much strategy? 843. I would write Ramses with Confucius. Yes. Ramses, Confucius, and Zhuge Liang was like a bit better than Ramses, Scipio, and Zhuge Liang. For a scaling of 1 to 10, how fucked is Warrior Pike in Season 7 with all the type swords? 7 to 8, I would say. But it's still not as bad as I would have imagined. If Pyrus stays the same, it's not as bad as I would have thought. Holy fuck, we have reached more than 100 likes. I have tier 7 right now, I think. Are you on the stream? Who is 30S2 Mars? Let's see what you have there. Ooh. Okay, okay. Level 140, I see you. I can't see more. So it's a bit closer, right? But man... I'm gonna check the reports afterwards. You have Deer, Tranquil, and Skyward. So it's kind of similar to me with... I have a purple ring and 2 legendary rings as well. We have the same cost in terms of rings. Yeah, like it's similar. You have the same stats roughly. So there's nothing unusual there. He has very low strategy defense even. My strategy is, you cannot see because I'm hiding it, but my strategy is 843, so my strategy is decent, very good even. His lag has highest might, yeah. He usually plays like that. I know side and he usually plays with Lagata with the highest might. Like, the fact it is so close. We're talking about Miyamoto being season 1, guys. Like, sure, rings makes it a bit better. Miyamoto has 2 DPS versus Pyrus who has 1 DPS. Yes, but that's not really an argument because Miyamoto is made to be a sub DPS. Pyrus is meant to be egoistic as a hero. He's not meant to be paired with a second DPS. Do I make Mia highest might? Yeah, you can try. Yeah, you can play Ring of Bear, for instance. Maybe compared with Ramses. Nah, Ramses is way better. From what I'm seeing right now, Ramses is way better. Who won? Did Miyamoto line up against Ramses with Confucius? Yeah, I've not tested Miyamoto against Ramses yet. Okay, I'm winning this one. He's only had 8 activations. Here he had 15, so... It's with Bear? Okay. Oh, now you have Bear, you mean? Holy fuck, okay, yeah. Completely pounded my ass there. Amazing. Last 2 were Bear, okay. So, the thing is, when Miyamoto beats me, he completely annihilates my ass. When I win, it's like literally a Pyrrhus victory. When I lose, my ass is in literal flames. And when I win, it's like barely a win. Oh, big damage there, okay. I don't know, bro. Try against Plebu? Nah, I'm gonna go to bed, bro. I'm convinced he's better in rallies, okay? I'm gonna say that. He's for sure better in rallies than he is in open field. That is not without a shadow of a doubt, right? But I don't know. What do you feel, Side? Paris, I'm sure needs the right pairing, yeah, but I wonder if the right pairing is this season or the next. That's my wonder. Can you even put a dent in Lubu in rallies? Yep. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to think of him. Feels like he's bugged, the same like Scipio initially on global and very orangey. Yeah. Orangey for sure. Bugged, I kind of want to feel like he's bugged, I don't know. And we just finished the playlist of music, so that's perfect. Right on time. Man, I am shocked there has been a consistent amount of viewers between 100 and 120 throughout the 6 hours of stream. The 7 hours? When has it been 7 hours? It was 1 hour. It was 6 hours a minute ago. What's up, Clown S250? What's the best formation with Ramses next season? Most likely Ramses, Confucius, and Zhuge Liang. Alright, well, thanks a lot, Side, for your help. And, you know, hopefully tomorrow you have time for some more. But yeah, interesting tests, honestly. Wow. I was not expecting most of these results, especially about Pyrus and Sun Tzu, I'm not gonna lie. But, you know, that is also part of testing, is you get surprises. I don't know when I'm gonna live stream tomorrow. I'm gonna sleep and then I'm gonna see when I wake up. Alright guys, thank you for being here. Thanks a ton guys. There's a shit ton of you still. It's been fun. It's been very fun, very insightful. Very insightful. So you guys take care. Take care, lads. Sleep well. Have a good day whenever, you know, whatever time it is for you guys. And I'll see you this Tuesday for a bit more testing and see what we are doing. So bye bye everyone. See you later.